from DG MARE and talking about a smart specialization. We will also show you some best cases on smart specialization on marine renewable energies. We will explain to you what the Atlantic Action Plan is doing through its pillar number 3, and we will end up with a brainstorming, exchange, and networking session where you, those of you present here, will be able to take the floor, but also those of you who are online would be able to unmute yourselves, present yourselves to others, and explain what would be your expression of interest towards being part of potential partnerships on marine renewable energies within the topic of smart specialization. So we welcome you, and we hope that this event will be interesting to all of you. We thank the European Commission and especially DG MARE for having this event and having organized this EU Brokerage event on smart specialization sustainability on marine renewable energies. And we thank the IAC Cantabria for allowing us to use their facilities and hosting us along these 2 days, which have been very interesting. So just some rules for those of you that are attending online. Please keep your microphones and camera closed at all times. You can post your questions through the chat, and if there is time, we will post them to the panelists. And for the second part of the brainstorming session, please raise your virtual hands that is next to your names, and we will allow you to take the floor and speak when it's time. In case that you have any connection problems or any technical issues, please contact Stella Sungari at the following email that you can see here on the screen, or Francesco Ibora at the following email that you have here. And without further ado, I will leave the floor for our first panelists, Patricia Bussolini and Xavier Guillot from DG MARE, to give the opening to this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Marta. Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. Welcome to the participants that are here in presence, and welcome also to those participants that are present, that are with us online. Let me first of all thank you also the colleagues from the Atlantic Assistance Mechanism for co-organizing with us this important event, and also to thank the Scientific and Technological Park for hosting us. I will be very brief. I will give you the overall framework where this brokerage event takes place. As you know, past here in May, the Commission endorsed the new communication on sustainable blue economy. I'm not going now to go into the details of this communication. We are now in the implementation phase. And the smart specialization, in particular for sustainable blue economy, it is considered as a key enabler to support in the implementation of this communication. In particular, because the majority of the blue economy sector, in order to be able to start and to enhance this transformation toward the decarbonization process, they do need additional investments in innovation and digital transformation. So this is where the smart specialization comes in. Knowing that the Commission DG MARE has also set up additional instruments like, for example, the Blue Invest initiative, and my colleague Xavier will give you some additional information later on. So when it comes to smart specialization for sustainable blue economy, last year in July, DG MARE organized an initial event, including also a short brokerage event on marine renewable energy and other sectors that I will briefly explain. And indeed, during this event, the stakeholders demonstrated an important interest in working not only at regional and national level through national and regional mass specialization strategies, but also to complement the efforts that are done at national and regional level through the interregional dimension. The interregional dimension of this smart specialization interregional partnership, and in order to develop blue economy value chains across Europe. Now, this is not done from one day to the other, of course. And so the reason why we are now organizing a number of brokerage events, so today this is the second one. Yesterday another one took place in Barcelona on blue biotechnologies. Today we are having this one on marine and renewable energies. There will be another one on 15th of June in Sweden. There will be a fourth one in Brussels on 21st of June in Brussels on aquaculture, and another one 1st of July again in Brussels on fisheries. So we are making this important effort in order to support towards the blue economy stakeholders of these sectors the importance to partner up across borders in order to create this smart specialization partnership on different blue economy sectors, including marine and renewable energies, which is very interesting for the sector because there is already an existing smart specialization interregional partnership on marine and renewable energy. So we need to profit of this knowledge, of this know-how. This is an added value, and we need to build on that. Of course, this builds on the new instrument of the DG of the cohesion policy, which is called the I3, the Interregional Innovation Instrument. I will give you some additional info later on. But the approach of the Commission of DG MARE is to build on this instrument of DG Regio, but we have a broader perspective to develop blue economy value chains across Europe. Voila. So I give now the floor to Xavier for more detailed information on marine renewable energies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patrizia. And good morning, everyone, here in the room and also people joining us online. Very good to be here in beautiful Santander. Thanks a lot to the IH Cantabria for hosting us. We had very good discussion yesterday on opportunities and challenges for marine renewable in the Atlantic areas. It clearly shows that the member states and regions in the Atlantic have a number of areas of interest in common and opportunities for cooperation. We mentioned economic and industrial development, skills and training, environmental impact, engagement with stakeholders. These are all challenging areas that most countries are facing and are involved in. Today and this morning, we extend the scope of our discussion beyond the Atlantic area. Marine renewable energy is clearly a pan-European issue with major ongoing and expected development that we see in all EU sea basins. And this has further expanded beyond the already ambitious targets of many member states in the context of the EU objective to speed up the greenhouse emission by 55% by 2030, the so-called Fit for 55 package, but also in the context of the RePower EU initiative that initiated actions to enhance energy security in the EU in the framework of the consequences of Russian military aggression in Ukraine. So, two key strategic communication of the Commission guided us to organize this information brokerage event. The first one is the EU offshore renewable energy strategy that set targets for the short, medium and long term for the deployment of marine renewables all over the EU, and the communication for sustainable blue economy. And these two strategic communication call for the Commission to support, facilitate cooperation between member states and EU regions. And this is the objective of today's information and brokerage event on smart specialization for marine renewable. I wish you a good discussion and interesting workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Xavier. Thank you, Patrizia. So we will keep with our event. I would like to remind that this event is being recorded and that we will also put the recording available through our Atlantic Action Plan website. Thank you. So we would like to welcome Mr. Aitor Mintegui from the S3 Interregional Partnership in Marine Renewable Energy. He's going to explain the best practice and lessons learned from the 2014-2020 S3 Interregional Partnership. Aitor, please.
So thank you very much for the invitation to give you a glimpse of the work that we've been carrying out in the interregional partnership about marine renewable energies. First of all, I would like to thank the Atlantic Strategy assistance mechanism, particularly to Marta and also to DG MARE and IH Cantabria for inviting us to this event and to explain you a little bit what we've been doing in the last 6 years. The cannot change. Yeah, thanks. Okay, let's start from the beginning. So the Marine Renewable Energy Partnership is basically based on the work that a number of regions from the Vanguard Initiative started in 2014. I don't know if you're familiar with the Vanguard Initiative. Basically, it's a network of regions that are committed to collaboration and working together based on their smart specialization strategy. Currently, Vanguard Initiative has, if I'm not mistaken, 37 regions. And out of those 37 regions, 7 decided to work together in this particular pilot action. Called Advanced Manufacturing for Energy-Related Applications in Harsh Environment. Very long name, but we just call it ADMA Energy. So basically, the work that we've been carrying out in the framework of this Marine Renewable Energy Partnership is based on this ADMA Energy work. I don't know to what extent you're also familiar with the smart specialization platforms that the Commission launched in 2016. So this Marine Renewable Energy Partnership is one of the partnerships that is working under the smart specialization platform on energy. You may know that when the Commission launched these smart specialization platforms, the configuration was that there would be 3 platforms, one on industrial modernization, another one on energy, and a third one in agri-food. My understanding is that there will be a 4th one on blue sustainable economy that, Patricia will talk about that later on. So this Marine Renewable Energy partnership, so it's an open collaboration space. So this means that not only we have the 7 Vanguard regions that were working on it, but also regions from outside the Vanguard Initiative. So currently, there are 16 regions working on this specific topic of marine renewable energies. Basically, we're working together to identify and to solve the key industrial challenges that the sector is facing, with a global objective of making the EU the leader in manufacturing robust, high integrity components for marine renewables and offshore energy applications. as I was saying, our vision is, our main objective is to make the EU the global leader in this development of and production of robust high integrity components for marine renewables, but also we try to do that by supporting European companies to become competitive suppliers of products, services, and solutions for the marine renewable energy sector, and also by trying to create the best partnership in order to address these key industrial challenges that I was mentioning before. In the case of offshore wind energy, the challenge we identified at the time that this partnership was created in 2016, as I was saying, in the case of wind energy, these challenges revolved around increased water depths, more remote and more distant site locations, corrosion of towers and foundations, and larger size of components. And in the case of ocean energy, we're talking wave and tidal here. The biggest challenge, at least at the time, was the survivability of the marine devices. How did we identify this key industrial challenge? It was in 2016 when the partnership was created, when a scoping note about the vision and the that these regions had, that we organized at the Committee of the Region a whole-day workshop where we brought together our ecosystems. So all the regions involved in the partnership brought together companies, research and technology organizations, universities. We held together different parallel workshops, identifying those challenges and what were the technology solutions at the time. So that's why we came with this this slide that you see here. So the main industrial challenge is adding value and reducing cost. And for reducing cost, we identified not only reducing CapEx cost, but also OpEx cost. So basically, we decided to work around those challenges that you see there, and there will be some presentations about that later on. Mostly about corrosion in water. So not only corrosion, power transfer and conversion, manufacturing of large-scale components, sensing and instrumentation and monitoring, and operation and maintenance optimization, and with a sort of like cross-cutting challenge about testing and demonstration in real environment. So these have been the areas that we've been working since 2016. We've been successful in securing some European funding for these areas of collaboration, notably around corrosion, and Jan will make a presentation on that later on, if I'm not mistaken. Basically, the NESI project that was funded by the European Maritime and Fisheries Fund. And also, we were awarded one of the interregional investment pilot actions by DG Regio. These interregional investment pilot actions were so before the I3 instrument that Patricia was mentioning was launched, the Commission launched this pilot call to identify or try to figure out what would be the main characteristics of this I3 instrument. So as I was saying, the Marine Renewable Energy Partnership was successful in submitting an application and being awarded this pilot action, and the topic of the project was really about sensing, instrumentation, and remote monitoring. Well, very quickly, like to yesterday we were talking about the importance of sharing technical data, and this is precisely what this pilot project was about. On the one hand, we had project developers who had access to this technical data about like the performance of the components, and at the same time, so we had a challenge here. So they had access data, and then we had the producers of these components that wanted to have access to this data. So so the project was about creating this digital platform where data could be gathered in a random manner, anonymized, and this was done with the collaboration of the International Data Association. So they had a special algorithm that, on the one hand, allowed project developers to provide this data, but also it was very helpful for the components producers. But this is just to give you an understanding of the project. So that was basically, like, in a very quick manner, what we've been doing for the last years. I put out this slide because I don't know to what extent you're familiar with the methodology that the European Commission adopted for these interregional partnerships. So it's called Learn, Connect, Demonstrate, Commercialize, and Upscale. So as I was saying at the beginning, this the smart specialization platforms that the Commission launched in 2016 basically help regions learn about each other. So that would be the first phase. So it's really about developing a concept node, developing a vision, understanding what are the technical, scientific, and entrepreneurial capacities of each region. And once this is done, through a gap analysis, try to see where, in which particular areas or projects regions can work together. So from this learn, we go to this connect phase, which is really what we're doing here today, is try to get regions together, brokerage events, and once these projects have been identified, go to demonstrate, commercialize, and upscale. There will be a presentation on I3, so I'm not really going to develop on that, but this I3 is supposed to fund those two last phases. It's really about commercialization and scaling up. There's, I mean, I will give you like very practical lessons learned from our experience. But if you want to really get into the details, the Joint Research Center of the European Commission, they drafted a report, a methodological manual about how to help regions improve this learn and connect phases, really giving like very good hints on how to do this. So main lessons learned. So I mean, I would say that there are three main drivers to a successful cooperation. First, political support, be it at European level or at national, regional level. Xavier was talking about the different communications, the Green Deal, the offshore strategy, fit to 55. So this not only, so we're talking about political support, not only about through these new policies put in place, but also the funding that is attached to it. In the case of regions, what we know best, we really see that there's a difference when those regions have put in place funding programs that allow members of the ecosystem to go outside to engage in this kind of collaboration. As I was talking about Vanguard Initiative at the beginning, Vanguard Initiative is obviously politically supported by the regions. There's a real willingness of working together in the areas of smart specialization. And this really, we have really noticed that it does make a difference. I mean, it's not a secret that out of the 16 regions that are part of the partnerships, those that are more involved and are much more active are those that are members of the Vanguard Initiative. It's because they already have a track record of collaborating together. So that would be, I would say, like one of the main drivers for this collaboration. The second one is having a shared vision of what you want to do and how you want to do it. For that, we developed what it's called a scoping note, where we defined a very clear governance structure of the partnerships, and also the specific working areas in which we wanted to work. Those working areas really had a clear link with the smart specialization strategy of the region. So the more there's a link to the regional S3, the more I would say partners in the regions are engaged in the process. Well, I was talking about the level of ambition, this political and financial commitment to the SSIs, and I put this slide about the process going from the learn, connect, demonstrate, commercialize, because in this learn, not only we develop a clear scoping note of what we want to do, but we also map what are the capacities of each region. I was talking about what are the main companies active in the sector, what are the universities, what are the research and technology organizations, and through this mapping done by each of the region, and that's a huge work, we can see where the gaps are and where the spaces for collaboration are. So I would say that's like the second main driver, and the third and one of the most important ones is the continuous engagement with the key stakeholders in your ecosystem. I mean, there are some colleagues from the Basque Energy Cluster that, well, in the case of the Basque Country, are doing a great job there. But I'm sure they will tell you how important it is to manage expectations, how it's important to get SME intermediaries on board at the very beginning. I'm talking about clusters. I'm talking about chambers of commerce. Whatever SME intermediary, but it's important is that they have the capacity and the knowledge to know at what time they can get the companies on board. So it's very important to manage those expectations, and I would say not to get them on board, probably not at the very beginning, because then they might lose interest, because this Patricia was mentioning that this collaboration does not happen from one day to the next. It takes time. So it's a long process, and it's important to manage these expectations and this timing. This engagement of the SME intermediaries with the industry base, it's very important. It's also I would say instrumental to have people on board that know the industry and that can anticipate the evolution of the industry at a global level, and that can also assess the challenges and opportunity there that are likely to emerge in the future. So I would say that those are the three main drivers. I have a last slide, probably not I mean, like to finish in a probably it's not, I don't know to what extent it's a very positive note, but I mean, what I try to convey here is that this is the way that we've been working for the last 6 years, but there's really no handbook on how to successfully cooperate interregionally. So it's for us, it's been really like a process of learning by doing. We, as I said at the beginning, we've been working in the framework of Organised since 2014. 2016, the smart spaces platforms were launched. So we're really like working along the GRC, the Joint Research Center of the Commission, who was managing the smart spaces platforms. So so it's really learning by doing. Patricia was mentioning cooperation takes time, and I would say one of the main drivers to this successful cooperation is developing trust, and so also trust takes time. So so it's important to be in the process all along. And unfortunately, it only creates benefits in the midterm. I would like to underline the importance of the coordination of the interregional partnerships. If I can give you an advice, if you want to develop a partnership, make sure that the coordinator is, or the coordinators, because this is usually the case. There are normally 2 regions that are coordinating these interregional partnerships. So make sure that this coordinator is supported by a counterpart in each of the regions. And the more the coordinators are, I would say, national champions or European champions, the better, of course. There are, I mean, what we've seen in our partnerships, that obviously there are differences among European regions. So not all the SME intermediaries work in the same way, or even not the concept of clustering in one region is the same and in other region. And obviously different regions have different regional maturity and industrial background. So sometimes this creates some, I would say, disturbances in general. Well, this is what I want. I've already mentioned this, that coordination is critical. So there's a real need for a strong steering of the partnership to bring the work forward. So these were basically the main aspects that I wanted to touch upon. Try to share with you our experience since 2016, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Aitor, for these valuable insights. I'm sure it's been very useful for those thinking about creating a partnership and those having in mind potential partnership for this I3 call or any other future calls that may come up. So if there is any questions here in the room for Aitor, we will take them. I don't see any questions online. You also can make your questions through the chat. There is no questions here. Yes, there is one for Francisco. If we can have the microphone. Just 1 second. Please, when you make the questions here in the room, raise your name and organizations for those being online. Thank you.
IH Cantabria, and a very easy question, but sure that you know. Do you have a roadmap of or timeline of the different pilot projects or demonstrations that you have in mind, or now it's a general view of the potential collaboration between the regions?
Well, we took the opportunity that most of our partners were going to be here today at this brokerage event to hold. Yesterday morning we held a partnership meeting, and some project ideas were tossed around. So for each of the areas that I was of the industrial challenges that I was mentioning at the beginning, there are already some ideas, and I think some of them, if I'm not mistaken, Stefano, there will be some of them presented later on. So sure.
Thank you. So thank you, Aitor, again. We will move on with the event, just to be on time. And I would like to give the floor now to Patricia Bussolini, that she's going to explain us the I3 instrument as a tool to development interregional value chains. Patricia.
Aitor, for this important presentation on lesson learned and best practices. I think it's very useful because indeed on marine renewable energies we need absolutely to build on the existent. Well, I'm not going to explain into the details the instrument because this instrument, as you know, is a DG Regio instrument, so I'm not going to the details of the call. I'm not going to explain the eligibility criteria and so forth, because you can find all these information and elements in the European Commission website with very much detailed information. There has been a couple of info days, so you will find there all the presentation. What it is important for us here today, it has already been mentioned, it is really the importance to profit of this opportunity of this specifically tuned instrument to support interregional partnership on smart specialization. As you know, there is an open call now. There is a deadline 18th of October. So really one of the ideas of this brokerage event today, it is also to promote towards the stakeholder marine and renewable energies stakeholders this opportunity and to facilitate the networking, to facilitate the discussion of potential ideas, as Aitor has already mentioned. This is very important for us. And as already said, not for the call itself, which of course it is important, the instrument, but because the broader objective of the European Commission of DG MARE is really to support blue economy value chains. And this is an important and key tool to do so. But it is not the unique one. As I have already mentioned, there is also the Blue Invest initiative of DG MARE, and my colleague Xavier will give you some additional information later on. I wanted also to highlight some elements that Aitor has already mentioned. Indeed, we have launched a fourth smart specialization thematic platform for sustainable blue economy. It has been formally launched by DG MARE Director General on the 29th of March during the last steering committee meeting of the smart specialization thematic platforms. Again, this is not something that will be operative from the day after, but it is coordinated by DG MARE hand in hand with DG Regio. And it will start to be operative with some services starting from the autumn, but we didn't want to wait the autumn, so we have organized before the summer the 5 brokerage events that I have mentioned earlier, because it is important to support the stakeholder in this bottom-up process of networking and finding the interest in matching different interests of the different quadruple helix stakeholders in meeting together, networking, and identifying potential opportunities. And as Aitor has mentioned, the involvement and the commitment of the region, it is key, because they are the owners of the definition and implementation of the smart specialization strategies, but the other stakeholders of the quadruple helix matrix are of key importance as well, notably the industry and the business. Another thing that I wanted to mention, which is very important, some of the services on the smart specialization thematic platform that will start in autumn will also include capacity building activities to the stakeholders. So really to support the stakeholders in building up the know-how, the capacities to identify project ideas and to identify and build up a partnership, which is a novelty because so far the three existing smart specialization platforms, they support already existing partnerships, but we would like also to provide services that supports the stakeholders in the previous step of building up partnerships. This is what we are doing today also. So for us, this is very important. The other thing that I wanted to mention for your information, but I guess you already know, the management of the smart specialization thematic platforms, it is not managed by JRC anymore. It is managed directly by DG Regio. Voila. So this is what I wanted to mention at this point. And if you have any question, you let me know. Thank you.
Follow up and we give the floor now to from the idea. He's going to explain the Atlantic sea basin strategy and history.
So, yeah, from the Quebec, I come from the Basque Energy Agency. I live in beach of La Tapulia of the Pilar. This group of so the Basque Energy Agency is the energy agency of the Basque Country, but Spain has a big commitment. Funding programs, etc. So this site we met test we have also since 2011 and used also as a testing infrastructure, and we have several possibilities to test. Wait. So from today's presentation, I would like to start with the real objectives, global objectives. Europe, which is to reach, we all know that the global objective is to reach 100% reduction consumption. Europe, or globally, not only Europe, but globally. And Europe has a big commitment, a big commitment of developing different renewable energy sources, and inside these renewable energy sources span various energies. And Europe has a big commitment, and Europe is a big country. And within this country, there are Atlantic regions that has a huge potential in this marine renewable energies, and they are called to be a leading countries in this energy development. So this is why we have a plan. Now the regions have a plan that was revised, and from this action plan, there was a global objective of promoting carbon neutrality through renewable energies. This plan was revised, as I said, and 7 actions was defined inside this plan. I'm not going to start reviewing one by one these actions.
Sorry, we are having some trouble with the sound, so maybe if you don't mind sitting where Xavier or Patricia is, I think this microphone here is the one activated. So we'll have to present to Lorena to keep me on here.
Okay, thank you.
So, as I was saying, Europe has a big commitment on the development of the marine renewable energy, and in this sense, the Atlantic regions that we have as countries with big potential in this energy source, we have a big commitment to lead this development of technology, strategy, whatever we need to reach these global objectives of Europe. So Europe is just giving us some objectives. Let me review. We have a commitment of 60 gigawatts of wind energy by 2030 and 300 gigawatts of capacity, installed capacity wind energy. And regarding ocean energies, we have a commitment of objectives of 1 gigawatt of installed capacity by 2030 and 40 gigawatts of installed capacity in ocean energy by 2050. So to reach these global objectives, we have a plan in the Atlantic regions. We have an Atlantic strategy, and this Atlantic strategy set a different kind of actions, 7 in total, to reach these objectives and to bring together to reach these objectives. I'm not going to start reviewing one by one the 7 actions, but let me share with you some summary of these 7 actions, specific activity. So, we have 7 actions, and inside these actions, the pillar 3 of this strategy has set different specific activities to develop these 7 actions. The first one is to set specific objectives for each region or member states in line with the offshore renewable energy strategy that has been developed. The second is define suitable locations for future farms. We need to set different places to deploy future power plants, power farms, renewable power farms, and we need to contribute to the marine spatial planning that are being developed in different countries, and they need some feedbacks for different regions and different countries. Next, please. The third action would be to implement mechanisms of incentives to accelerate the development of marine renewable energies. So the idea is to look to other sectors that are just developing similar actions. So the idea is to try to engage them and see if there are interesting mechanisms to develop this implementation of incentives in marine renewable energies. We also need to see collaboration with other initiatives and build a bridge with different set plans that are being developed both in marine wind energy sector and ocean energy sector. Also very important point to gain public awareness. We had yesterday the jointly event with Pillar 4. And one of the big challenge that we are facing right now in this pillar is how to gain public awareness in order to not only to reach the acceptance of society towards the new power plants or wind or wave tidal power plants we will have in the future, but also to retain talent, etc. So, as the conclusion in yesterday event was that we need to gain public awareness in order to develop the technologies, etc. The other interesting point is to promote cooperation between different regions. And finally, we want to look to energy insularity, where the existing energy market may offer better possibilities for the development of marine renewable energy. As we all know, the cost of energy in Ireland is a bit is bigger, it's higher. So there could be new market niches that could be interesting for the development of marine renewable energies. So in this sense, in working in these 7 actions, we consider that it was interesting to join the forces, and a task force, a group of experts from different regions, member states, and different expertise was created to boost the development of the actions defined in this strategy. This group was called Task Force, and since its creation around in 2020, 3 meetings has been held in December of 2020 and 2 in 2021, in March and in October. The last one, this latter, in the framework of Ocean Energy Conference in Bilbao. Next, please. So from these 7 actions, we consider to focus on only 3 actions, even though other actions are being developed. For instance, the second one through the different marine spatial planning that are being developed in many countries. But this task force consider to put the attention in 3 of these 7 actions. So you can see here the 3 actions that were selected. The one related with of setting specific deployment objectives for marine renewable environment energy in the Atlantic regions. The second subgroup was in charge of pulling together different marine renewable energy initiatives, and the third one was the one related with the public awareness. So the idea, in this at this stage, a new approach is suggested. So far, the idea was to develop possible initiatives at the expense of different calls launched by the European Commission. But now the plan has been revised, and a new approach has been suggested. This new approach will be to focus on a single project, identified as a lighthouse project, which is thought to be beneficial for all the regions and member states inside this Pillar 3, and even both ocean and wind energy sectors. The scope of the project should cover one of various items identified on this slide. So you can see here the scopes that this revised plan should cover: technology development, environmental aspects, supply chain development, port updates, social acceptance, different policy or financing mechanisms, etc. And so, generally speaking, the idea behind this lighthouse project is to join all the forces in one single project. Next, please. So, several workshops has been organized in the latest the 2 years. And the first one was in May 2021, and the topic address was the digitalization of marine renewable energies. It was a very interesting topic, and maybe the conclusions are in line with this event that we are organizing today regarding the smart and digitalization topics. Among others, the main conclusion from this workshop was the need of engaging different stakeholders focus on digitalization, mainly startups, to bring the marine renewable energy sector to the next stage where the contribution of digitalization might be beneficial and relevant for the marine renewable energy sector. So basically, we are looking to the profiles of the companies in both wind and ocean energy sector. We are seeing that in wind energy sectors, we have, generally speaking, we have bigger companies that are traditionally based on other sectors that can be oil and gas sector or onshore wind energy. They have a big background and big capabilities to develop all the chain from the design and deployment of these prototypes, or in the future these energy farms. Even though they have, we are seeing some lack of capabilities or expertises inside these companies regarding the digitalization. So they need to engage other stakeholders to develop this kind of in different fields that are related with this digitalization. Can be, for instance, the maintenance. So it's a challenge in offshore strategies. The maintenance is a challenge. We need to develop more mechanisms to perform predictive maintenance rather than reactive maintenance, because the operating windows we have and condition monitoring that can be bring this technology to the next stage. We also need to retain talent, and we need to develop different mechanisms, digital twins, artificial intelligence, that are relatively new concepts, and normally this kind of companies don't have these capabilities. Imagine in ocean energy sectors where the industries or the companies, or the profile of the companies are normally based on SME structure, so they are very small companies, and for 6, 7, 8 people to develop the prototype, so they need to engage. There is a need to engage different developers or different startups, companies to develop these projects. So for all this reason, in this workshop, particularly, there were identified some challenges that this marine renewable energy sector need to seek. And for this reason, we consider that it could be interesting to create different partnerships that cover all these relevant aspects that are beneficial. At the end of the day, the idea is to reduce the cost of energy in order to gain competitiveness. And in this path towards the commercialization of the technology, we need to develop these initiatives. I said that Atlantic regions are the leading countries, or should be the leading countries in the development of marine renewable energies, as we are close to the Atlantic and we have potential. But the whole Europe can contribute in this path towards the commercialization of the technology, and in the mid-term future, see a first new wind and ocean farms in the water. So we held different workshops. Another one that we had addressed was regarding the marine spatial planning that are being developed in different countries. Xavier was there giving a presentation on behalf of several institutional representatives that are involved in marine renewable energy spatial planning, etc. And it was concluded with the site visit to the BMEP test site. And next, please. And just to say that we are also collaborating with different. The last event was held yesterday here in EH Cantabria. And next, please. We are also collaborating with other pillars, Pillar 1 and Pillar two that are related, and we consider that we can work together to reach the global objective, and all the outcomes of these four pillars are beneficial for to work together and bring with the final objective of bringing together this technology to another stage. And thank you for your attention, and if you have any question, I will be happy to answer.
Thank you, John. So we open the floor for some questions. We have one question here.
Yeah.
Testing. Hi, morning. Thanks, John. Roger Espejo. I'm from Wedge Global, with energy technology developer. But I want to ask you a question about a different technology, communication, which, as I've heard recently, someone says it's still the best technology there is, and I find some truth in that. So public awareness has been factoring quite a bit since yesterday, and I know that Pillar 2 is not really represented here. It's more about the blue skills of tomorrow. The question is, do you feel, and I guess this can go for anyone, do you feel that we need upskilling in the public awareness skills of tomorrow? Do we need better storytellers for our needs and for social acceptance? Someone yesterday sort of alluded to the notion that the current state of affairs is such that the humanities factor in more as a complement, really, than an integral part of the whole part of proposals, let's say. And the part of the reason why I asked this is because there's a cautionary tale in storytelling and in the evangelism and in the public awareness of energy. There's the so-called Merchants of Doubt. It's a book, and I think it's a Netflix show now even, of how a handful of storytellers, a handful of scientists, but even more so smooth talkers, really just turned global warming or climate change, but called global warming back then, upside down, and really did a number on the truth of climate change. These were hired guns, of course, hired guns by at first the tobacco industry and then the fossil industry and so forth. So I think of public awareness, and I can, when you look to that story, you can see how important it really is. And so back to the question, do we need upskilling in public awareness? And if so, how do these pillars translate that need to pillar number 2?
Yeah, we are. Thank you for the question. Yeah, we are collaborating with the Pillar 2. So we have attend different workshops that they are organizing, and yeah, there is a exchange of information between pillars. So because we think that it's very interesting and important and essential to have the public awareness. It was a question that yesterday took a long time discussing this question. Not only, I think we all, also society in general, is aware of the need of this energy transition. We know that we need 100%. We need to reach the global objective of 100% of renewable energy production. In this path, we need to develop different energy sources, and offshore wind and ocean energies are thought to be interesting energy source to cover all the need the Europe and the world has currently. Maybe, and was a topic that raised yesterday, that when we, for instance, when we participate in European projects, we all include a work package, which is the communication and dissemination. Sorry, and then, for instance, we engage technology consultants to develop our projects, but we don't pay attention. We don't pay much attention, for instance, social consultants. So it seems that this package is something that we need to do, but maybe we should put more attention in this dissemination, because in the future we will have lots of farms, offshore farms, and people need to know what we are doing. Not only, one of the things that we are now having, or we are now facing, is that we are putting in the water prototypes that are for testing. So 1 year, 2 years testing. So the society needs to know what we are doing, why we are installing, and we are now, or then the commissioning, and then again installing, because maybe the society in general is not aware of this. But then we need to retain the talent. We are facing the challenges. Companies that, especially in wind energy, that come from oil and gas or onshore wind energy, needs to reskill, needs to perform a reskilling process. So we need to retain this talent, and we need to develop in-house all these challenges. And for this reason, to retain talent is very important. But for retaining talent, we need to make deployments. We need certainties rather than uncertainties. So develop energy policies, etc., in order to bring to the society this certainty, or this commitment that we are developing the marine renewable energies, and in the future they will be relevant. And the estimations of the sector are that in short term, in short future, the sector will be tripling or quadrupling the size. So we need new talent on that, and we need certainties. And for this reason, the communication and dissemination is essential. Yeah.
Thank you for the questions. So we will move on with the event. And now I would like to welcome Xavier Guillot from DG MARE, and he's going to talk about synergies, complementarities with Blue Invest, EMFAF Blue Calls, Horizons Europe, and Horizons Missions. Thank you, Xavier.
Good morning. Hello again. So we've already anticipated in the discussion a number of issues, which is very good. Just to recall very briefly that renewable energy is very high on the EU political agenda. And I think in terms of public engagement, that's very clear. There's no doubt, no much discussion in Europe about climate change happening, about the need to change very quickly our energy system and our management of energy, and so which is quite a good start for having a conversation about this transition. And marine renewable energy has certainly a very high potential to contribute massively to decarbonization of energy system and to enhance our energy security. And one of the reasons for that is that we have very good resources and conditions in Europe. I think that's where we start. We are looking at the sea because we have not only an industry that can deliver very large scales, but also because we have good winds, we have good condition, we have good wind condition with shallow waters, nearby consumption areas in a number of countries. So this makes certainly a very good match. That's why Europe is really a number of member states engaging into this, looking for energy offshore. And we saw that a number of member states and regions are engaging in marine renewable, and this has dramatically increased in the past few years from mainly North Sea story, which is still expanding and will, but moving to very high ambition that we see in the Baltic for the same reason, because natural conditions are very good, and the technology offers solutions for relatively quick and large move. We discussed the Atlantic yesterday and today. This is also very clear with technological development, large interest in the Med, and very large potential actually in the Black Sea as well, both for floating wind and bottom fix. So there's a clearly move from all part of Europe, and even acceleration about the share that marine renewable could play in member states' energy mix in the short and medium term. So this is truly a pan-European structural change and an opportunity. And again, this is just too big for one region or one country alone, or for one company alone. And that's very clear when we see the size of the project increasing every time now, whereby 2 years ago, 200 megawatt offshore wind park was a large one. Now, with the new auction, we see half a gigawatt or even multi-gigawatt projects. This is what we see in the pipeline. So the scale and the need for industrial cooperation from the business side is obvious. The consortium are enormous, building up on energy utilities, very large company in the offshore sectors. And the same happened for also for public authority regions and in the supply chain. So the areas of cooperation are multifold. On strategic planning, I think this is very important. We are engaging in offshore renewable for 30 years minimum, with a different cycle and development. We need to scale up facilities in ports and in the supply chain. Certainly very good point raised by John before, to anticipate the skills requirements at very large scale in a number of different sectors, and share practices on engaging with stakeholders and local communities. And this is an area where cooperation can certainly take place. I don't want to anticipate the debate later on this morning, but I think this is these are certainly a good starting point. And beyond the need for clean energy, the EU also wants to support sustainable economic development and job creation. And this is a massive opportunity that probably the blue economy in Europe hasn't seen for decades. And so the potential for regional development is huge. It's important to keep in mind that the EU is a global leader in this sector. There are not that many high-tech global sector where the EU has such a very overwhelming leadership, and with a pipeline of project and dynamic that we see in Europe, we will keep this leadership for a number of years. More actors will join, but this is the place. Europe is the place where marine energy is moving the biggest and the fastest. And also because we have companies that have developed the ability to manage and develop very large, complex, multi-billion projects. So this is a very strong asset that we have. As a consequence, EU financial instruments are adapting and aligning to this strategic objective. Starting with research and innovation, you're probably all aware about Horizon Europe. That is the success of Horizon 2020. And there's a strategic move to increase Europe's investment in research and innovation, with an important focus on energy issues. As you probably know, Horizon Europe is organized by biannual work program. The first one for 21-22 is currently ongoing. The many of you that are following that closely knows that there's a number of specific calls and actions dedicated to marine renewables on technology development to support the move to pilot farm stage and accelerate the expansion, but also to touch on social and environmental issues, because access to the technology is there now for a number of mature technology like bottom fixed offshore wind, but access to space and public support is certainly as key as the ability of technology to develop. So this is also an area for cooperation and research and sharing experience. The programming of the work program 23-24 is ongoing. We certainly, the view to support the objective of the EU offshore renewable strategy, in particular to help moving emerging high potential technologies to pilot farm stage, which is crucial, and prepare the ground for scaling up to commercial stage. Important to say that as much as the Commission can support this area, this is also co-decided by member states. So we can propose a number of areas that we found that on which we would like to set up priorities. At the end of the day, member states are also more than a say in this area. So around you in your discussion, if as we do, you believe that it's a key time for substantial push for technological development in marine renewables, get in contact with your member state and support prioritization in this area. I think there's need of a joint cooperation also in this programming phase. Horizon Europe has also initiated a new approach around missions that address major societal challenges. One of this mission you may know by now is the so-called mission Restore Our Ocean and Waters by 2030. And this is organized around a flagship initiative by sea basins. And also this is an area where marine renewable energy is flagged as a key sector. Interestingly enough, also in the context of restoring the marine ecosystem. And we discussed that also yesterday in a number of occasions about how these two objectives of more energy and more conservation and restoration of the marine environment can develop at the same time. What are the limits? There are physical limits of the pressure you can have, but there are also convergence about practices that can enhance both objective restoration and clean energy. Few words about Interreg. Interreg has been very important in the past programming period to support research and innovation. Actually, the largest Interreg project ever in the European history is ongoing. It's called Tiger, and is supporting a demonstration phase for tidal energy. And it actually came at a time when there was a bit of a low tide around the tidal sector in terms of public support and engagement. And this is giving a strong push for a number of very advanced technological developers. So certainly, again, these are decisions from member states managing authorities around the sea basins or the area they manage Interreg. Certainly an area of successful projects, so good use of money and of good collaboration. So again, at the time when Interreg is getting implemented and programming is taking place, again, this is important to have this conversation and to set the right priorities, and all over the sea basins in Europe. So this is not just a North Seas approach. This is certainly of interest for the Atlantic, the Mediterranean, and the Black Sea as well. And in this context, the new interregional instrument that Patricia presented and we will be discussing later on is very relevant. And we also discussed yesterday with the participation of colleagues from the Mediterranean area. There's a number of common features in terms of supply chain, industrial challenges and opportunities between the Atlantic and the Mediterranean Sea. We could imagine some areas and potential for partnerships between these two regions. One word about specific instrument for boosting the energy transition that has been set up which is called the Innovation Fund, which is very much aligned with the climate policy. And here the objective with annual 1 billion call multi-sector is to identify and boost early stage technologies that have high potential to reduce greenhouse gas emission. And I think these are very relatively large ticket of support and grants. And this is certainly an important instrument for a number of emerging technologies that we see in marine renewables, and a number of them also still to come. Again, as for the others, these are very competitive calls. There are a lot to do in changing all our energy system and energy consumption, but it's also an important source of support that is accompanied as well by possible support in terms of coaching for developing business model for financial proposals and so on. So I think this is an interesting instrument to look at. And finally, closer to us in DG MARE, and specifically for the blue economy, we have the Blue Invest platform that has been set up now a few years ago, on which we are getting quite a lot of experience, and in particular to build up this investors communities around the blue economy, and to raise awareness about the many opportunities that and also the investment gaps that touch on the blue economy, and we see that not only for marine renewable but also for blue biotechnology, for example, there's massive know-how and potential in Europe, a number of areas where Europe is leader, and we need to match with investors interested to get into new areas, and this is exactly what Blue Invest is doing. We've been developing partnership with the European Investment Fund, also to support development of new equity initiative for the blue economy. So this is a mix of package with grants, loans, and equity, which is interesting, and as you may know, we also complement this with yearly dedicated calls for proposal and grants, which we call Blue Economy calls, that are open to a number of sectors in the blue economy. But we saw that marine renewable projects were good clients. Every year, a number of projects related to energy qualify because the proposals are good. Not only because we're interested in the topic, but because developers are able to submit solid proposals in this area. So with all this very short presentation of the financial support landscape, we see a number of opportunities for regions and developers. Again, this is not only a top-down approach. This is not the Commission alone that is deciding on the priorities. There's a role for member states, the role for region on pushing for support in this area. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Xavier. Thank you, Xavier, for showing us all these different complementarities with the different European funds and the smart specialization event that we are hosting here. So we shall start now with the brokerage session. Patricia Bussolini will explain how it will work. We will then have a short talk about a partner from the S3 partnership, also talking about how they are really organized and what's their governance structure and so on. And then we will move on with the brainstorming, exchange, and networking session. So Patricia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Marta. Before mentioning something about the brokerage event per se, I wanted a bit to add some elements of what Javier mentioned, in particular with reference to the smart specialization thematic platform for sustainable blue economy, because indeed we would like this platform also to support blue economy stakeholders in identifying complementarities. Also, for example, not only with the Blue Invest, with European Maritime maritime fisheries and aquaculture fund, another instrument, Horizon Europe, and so forth, but also, for example, with the Interreg programs and projects, because indeed there are a number of Interreg projects in the different sea basins that are very much advanced in working at interregional level on smart specialization. For example, Xavier has mentioned one. There are a number, for example, also in the Mediterranean, in the Ionian Adriatic, which is called Blue Air. There are a number in the broader Mediterranean financed by the Interreg Med. I think we have here today also a representative of one of these projects, and so forth. In the Baltic area, there is, you might know, the Submariner network, which is now it is an autonomous network building on smart specialization on sustainable blue economy, which is this network. It is the outcome of the Interreg project that was financed back in 2013. So there are a number of projects that really represent a best practice, and we need to find a way to build on their experience and to share their experience, their deliverable, their partnership, the networks, and so forth. So this smart specialization thematic platform is willing also to provide the stakeholders also this opportunity. Another thing, another important thing that I want to mention is that from 18 to 20 of May, there will be in Ravenna the European Maritime Day. And to show how committed DG MARE is in this, in the smart specialization for sustainable blue economy, the program includes a policy session on smart specialization for sustainable blue economy, and also a workshop which has been presented by the CPMR. So that would be also, it is both possible to participate in person and online. So that will be also an important moment to discuss with the stakeholder on the added value of committing and engaging into the smart specialization process. Again, not only for the region, but for all the stakeholders. So I have already mentioned to you which is the number of the brokerage events that we are organizing in different sea basins and in Brussels. Today it is the second one. All the brokerage events that we are organizing have the same structure. So we have the initial presentation on the main elements of the approach of the Commission, the specific policy and approach toward a specific blue economy sector. We try to bring on the table also the example and the added value and the lesson learned for previous experience and the current experience. And I think on marine and renewable energies, we are very lucky because the smart specialization interregional partnership on marine and renewable energy, practically it is the unique one on blue economy sector. So we really need to build on that. So we are very willing to listen to the exchange, the ideas that have already been discussed, and to see which could be, how this could be further developed in the future. Voila. So the idea is now really to discuss with you these ideas, if there are some ideas which could be the added value of developing them, which could be the partners that are needed to develop this partnership, which are the challenges, and so forth. Knowing that, as I mentioned at the beginning, we need to be very practical and concrete. There is a deadline on the 18th of October, but there will be other calls coming up. Most probably by the end of the year, the DG Regio will launch a second call, and then new calls will follow up also in next year. Voila. So now really the floor, it is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia, for this introduction to the brokerage event. As you can see, it's really important to be used as the first step for this creation of potential partnerships. Now we will give the floor to Jan Reid from the Scottish Enterprise. She's also part of the Smart Specialization platform that Aitor presented before, but we asked her to please show us how their partnership is governed, how they organize themselves, so that it could give those of you attending here and also online an overview of how a partnership could look like and what it would be useful. So the pros, the cons, and all their experience. So Jan, thank you very much.
Hi. It's quite a difficult task I've been given because projects vary quite significantly and quite often caused by the funding partner, because whoever is paying for the project will determine and dictate how the interregional collaborations will work. But we have quite a long history now of working together under ADMA and the Vanguard Initiative and the S3 project. So what I've chosen to do to help today, hopefully, is to look at the key drivers. Why do we do it? Some projects that we've already done and some ideas that hopefully will help you think about the future and other projects for the discussion. So I had a look at some of the projects we've done in the past, and the key drivers really haven't changed much. You know, they are still what makes us all come together, what makes us get together as regions. Smart specialisation, of course. And the European value chains, they're still not well integrated. We know that we need to do more. We know that we need to be more, to work more closely with our companies to help them join up. And if anything, recent events have actually heightened this further. The impact of COVID has affected all of us. And in one area, it has made our companies realise that their supply chains need to be more resilient. They need to build resilience into the supply chains. They need to look for more local solutions, which is good if you're an agency like me that's working on economic development. But we still have some way to make those European value chains sing. We still need to improve knowledge exchange, and that will not change. We need to make sure that companies understand the demand and companies also understand the supply and the shifting patterns, the way that the policies change. You heard from ITOR this morning talk about some of the lessons learned, and it is really truly important about how our policies and our practices are aligned to allow us to become interregional collaborators. And we need to obviously foster industry-led and interregional collaboration. So these, I can't see these drivers changing. We may get new ones, some may drop off, but these drivers will remain. So we did one of the first projects. It was a funded project by DJ MARE, was called NESE, and we struggled really hard to make that project fit the name of the Loch Ness Monster, I have to tell you. The website is still live, so if you want to go and look at it, you can see I've given you the web page on the right-hand side. And here's just an example of the work packages that we did. As ITOR said this morning, I think if you want to develop interregional partnerships, you do need to have a group or an organisation of people that have trust and understand and have the same sort of ambition. But you do also need one person or one organisation to step forward and say, right, I'll do the work, I'll do the resources, I'll write the application, I'll organise the meetings. That's really important. So you need to have, and it can be different people, but you need that one person or organisation to say, I'll do this bit. And obviously in most European projects that happens as well in work packages, and that's what happened here. So if you all get together and you all just sit and look at one another, you're not going to get anything done. That's my big advice. You need to take turns and you need to sort of step forward and make that commitment and make that resource. And you can see, I'm not going to talk about governance because this suited that particular call. And as I said, it depends what you're aiming for or what your ambition is as to how you will shape yourself for governance. And this is another project that actually we have aligned to it in ADMA, but it didn't come directly from ADMA, but it came out of the partnership. So some of the partners then got together with Ireland and we created another project. And this is the mid-term benefits that ITOR was talking about. Once you develop a partnership with people, you quite often get other unexpected results, perhaps, and where you can maybe focus down a small group of people and create an offshoot. And Open is still live. It's again, I've given you the web page if you want to go in and see it. And this is, as you can see, it's a 4-year initiative running under Interreg. So that's you've had an old one that's now finished. You've got one that's still current. And now we're going to move on to ideas. So I had to think about abstract ideas for a new partnership. And where we often start is each partner will come with what's happening in their region, and you look for areas of connectivity or areas of growth. So quite a lot is happening in MRE in Scotland, so I thought I would just start from that, and hopefully that will spark ideas or some thoughts. So one of the big things that you may have seen is what we call Scotland. The map on the left, won't be unveiled till tomorrow, so you're having a private launch of this map because we have a big all energy event tomorrow, and the man in the picture is my chief executive. Scotland is a significant new investment, and as you know, or you may know, in Scotland, most of the resource in terms of offshore wind is out to sea, far out to sea. So we are starting to see a transition. We still obviously have a lot of onshore wind and existing offshore wind, and now we're moving into the next stage of it. To give an idea of the size, there's been a calculation that the average spend for each of the 17 projects will be £1.5 billion. So we're talking about a huge amount of investment across a significant amount of time. And that money is from the start of the project right the way through to the end of the project. And as one of the Crown Estate who commissioned it said, that it will require a truly collaborative approach from all involved to ensure the huge potential of the ScotWind project. So as you can imagine, we are very excited about ScotWind and the potential, and it's an area of which I have no doubt that we will be using that European value chain to make sure it's delivered. Another area, again, this is a special, this is also going to appear at All Energy tomorrow, but I just stole it off a colleague. So is the ambition, the sort of longer term ambition for hydrogen production, in particular green hydrogen production, and the impact and how that connects with MRE. Now this is not necessarily new. So again, this is about projects of the past and projects of the future. But the diagram on the left is from a European funded project called Surf and Turf. And I'm just get the date right, in 2017, it was the first project in the world to produce hydrogen from a tidal device. It may still be, I don't know. I mean, it was relatively small scale. It was 500 kilowatts, and it was electrolyzed. And at that time, they basically stored the electricity. They stored it and then converted it back into electricity, and they used it to store the ferries. But it's a good example of a very early European-funded project in Orkney, off the north of Scotland. But interestingly, when I was before I came here to lovely Santander, thank you for having me here. On Friday, there was a news article, and I thought so I just took a picture of the newspaper, and it's about the connectivity as well, about the different industries. So this is an announcement that was made on Friday about new projects announced by one of the partners is Scottish Power, and as you may know, Scottish Power is owned by Iberdrola. So, and they basically announced they will be producing a series of green hydrogen projects, and they plan the first one by 2024, and they plan to make 20 tonnes of green hydrogen a day. And building, it's got the potential to build up to 300 megawatts, and there's a significant amount of capacity there. And as you can see from the picture, one of the first customers will be whisky distilleries. So that's what they're looking at. So who knows, by 2025, you could come to Scotland and have hydrogen-powered whisky to drink. So that's basically me, and I hope that's helped and with the discussion. And thank you.
Thank you, Jan. If you don't mind staying, I'm sure there are many questions, and then we will have some comments. So does anyone in the room have any questions for Jan and their involvement or experience to being part of a partnership? No, I don't see any hands raised within the online assistance. You can also raise your hand and we will give you the floor if you have any questions, or just post them through the chat. So Jan, just building on what Aitor was mentioning before and what you also mentioned at the very start of your presentation, one of the important challenges of a partnership and the success of a partnership to being engaging and to be really active and as you've mentioned, is to trust. Mm-hmm. So how can someone build trust within the partnership, but also along the partnership? So not just being proactive at the early stages, but also all along the partnership. I would like to know your experience. Thank you.
It's an interesting question, and I think trust is built, and it's not always on the individual. It can be on the organisation. So I think another point Aitor made this morning is one of the learning things that I had to go through was understand the very different organisations there are in Europe that do the same thing, but perhaps in a different way. So I think to build trust, you first have to go through understanding. You have to learn about what that particular organisation does and how it connects to your own organisation and where the similarities are. So where you find the part where you both your objectives meet, and then you build on that, and then you look to do work that can deliver results for both of you, for mutual benefit. And we also, at the beginning of ADMA, we were very much focused on company engagement. So we also wanted people from the organisation that worked with companies. And that was very important at the beginning because they had to bring that company knowledge to the table as we tried to work out what each of us did and also work out what our companies wanted in our particular areas. So it's you have to go through that process. And then obviously an easy way to develop trust is say what you mean and deliver what you say. Yeah. You know, like it's very simple. So you have to sort of be frank and be honest, but also deliver. If you say, I will do this, I will be there, you make sure you do it. And from that, it builds trust and friendship. And we also have some good times, which is an added bonus too.
Yeah, I'm sure about that. So thank you. I mean, this evening at the brainstorming session, you will all have the opportunity to build trust among the people here, but also online. So just make sure to be, as Jan was mentioning, sincere, but also committed. And I'm sure that will work. So my next question that I have a curiosity, I'm sure people will have is, which part of the whole supply chain that you mentioned that needs to be there in order for something to be successful was harder to bring in the partnership or a collaboration? So which part of the whole marine renewable energy supply chain would you say that it's harder to bring into these collaboration platforms?
Well, that might vary for different types of organisations, but I think for us, actually smaller companies, you would think that the smaller companies would benefit more, so they would be easier. But quite often that's not the case. For lots of reasons, you know, small companies have limited resources. They may not understand what European funding is. They may not be active in it. They may not see the point. You know, they're so busy meeting day-to-day requirements. They think, no, I don't have time to take time out and look at this. So actually, I think the large companies who may be more active themselves understand it, so there's an easier conversation. In the conversation with them, it's quicker for them to say yes or no. But smaller companies, you have to go through more of a discussion about why they should do it. So I think you have to be very articulate in making the case for why these small companies should get engaged. And you also have to be very mindful of being able to articulate what they will get out of it for their time, because their time is more precious, basically.
Yeah. And just building on that, Aitor also commented the need to join SMEs, chambers of commerce, clusters within these partnerships. But he had a comment also that I would like to ask you about. At what time in the partnership should you engage with this? At the very early stage when you are defining the scoping note of the partnership, a bit more when you are advancing towards some business models or something, because I know that they may drive or change the entire objective of your scoping note. So what's your experience with this?
We went through at the very beginning, we went through more of a consultation process, which I think I would recommend is when you go through, at the beginning, our scope is quite wide. So there was the Basques led on a consultation process to cover the full area. And I think that was very important because that gave us, if not the detail of each individual bit, it gave us the highlighted areas that we knew companies would want to engage with on. So their opportunities, their barriers, their technical issues. So I would recommend that. At the very, very least, you should do some form of consultation. And then you need to do other forms of consultation. So once you get to the next stage of perhaps an individual project, you need to go back out, maybe not have to do it so formally, but you should at least get your partners to contact their companies, particularly if you need company engagement and company involvement, then you need to make sure that each partner can bring a number of companies, and they need to know as well for their time. So yes, it becomes so more formal at the beginning and then less formal as it develops.
Thank you. And just to build that on and to give the opportunity to those thinking about creating a potential partnership for this I3 call or the other calls that also Patricia mentioned and the other funding opportunities that Xavier also mentioned. In your experience, we saw that you were able, I mean, you started with the partnership and you were able to achieve some projects, like some through European funds, some through other funds. So apart from engaging and bringing into different projects, was there any new business model or new technological advancements coming also from this partnership? So what are the different things that you were able to achieve through being part of a partnership?
Well, we learned an awful lot. One of the things that was quite interesting, because I saw it in another slide, is there's not the causality that people think, you know, like this person owns an offshore wind farm. I want to sell this person an offshore wind farm, so I'll sell them. It doesn't really work that way. So what we learned in NESE is that if you've got a product or a service and you want to sell to an offshore wind farm or a tidal device or whatever, you might not be speaking to the right organisation or the right person because of the subcontract and because of the contracted processes a lot of these projects take. And also you may need to go further in. So what we found in the corrosion project was we had some very interesting and alternative solutions. We had a if I remember rightly, I think it was a Spanish company that did what do you call it? Oh, the things that fly. Drones. and they sort of said we could use drones, you know, for looking at the state of wind farms or sort of, and nobody thought about it, and some of the companies quite liked it. We also thought that the big offshore wind companies would be the ones that all the small companies ran to, but actually it wasn't. It was the tidal company, and the reason for that is the tidal company had a far shorter path from this is my product to this is the supplier. So, and the small companies could see it was easier to penetrate their supply chain. So we learned a lot. And we also we were lucky, one of our partners is Cirrus. It's based in Belgium, and they're a specialist R&D facility for corrosion. So we had their technological capability as well. So it's like any project. So you have to start and say, this is what we're going to do, but then you have to learn to move as the project moves and as you learn with the companies. So we had, there have been sort of follow-on projects that have come from NESE, but they are actually still working through the process of delivery. So we hope that we will get more projects. But it's like everything else, you don't know until you start on the path.
And like everything in life, it's a living entity, no? You don't know where it will drive you.
I think Stefano's got a question.
We have a a question here.
Oh, no,
It's a comment. Yes, we do have many other partners from the same partnership, so maybe their experience was different. So just please feel free to take the floor. And
exactly. I'm Stefano from Emilia-Romagna region. Stefano Valentini. Was involved in ADMA since the beginning. At the beginning, not me, but my colleague. And my comment is what I would like to bring in the discussion is our experience. We, at the beginning, saw this pilot a very big opportunity for us as a Mediterranean region. And I think I can speak also on behalf of Lombardy, because at that time, we didn't have companies or expertise or real application on marine renewable energies. And, but we knew that that was really important for our oil and gas sector to start decarbonization. So we wanted to really strongly integrate our sector in the ADMA and trying to learn more on the sector from the more advanced experience region you have seen in Scotland. It's really impressive what they've done, but also Basque and also the other regions. So we were like a newcomer there. But on the other hand, we had a very big background on offshore expertise, because we got a very important sector in Ravenna area, working on an offshore platform, gas platform, not only operating in Adriatic Sea, but worldwide. I remember that in 2019, we had this conference in Ravenna at the main important offshore Mediterranean conference in Mediterranean area, oil and gas. And we were, for the first time, the first speaker speaking on marine renewable energy. And that was not very long ago. So from our experience, it's also important, this kind of collaboration, to open new market, new opportunity, and to push the companies to the decarbonization process with new solutions that could be integrated in their expertise, in their background. So this is why we are working on that. So with a focus on Adriatic Sea, but not only, because our companies are operating worldwide, as I said. But also, another last comment is that the oil and gas, they are making a lot of money with oil and gas at the moment. So it's really, for us, it's really difficult, because in a way they are blocking all the sectors. So probably small, medium-sized enterprise, they are more free to open new solution, new market, but big companies that are making big money on oil and gas, it's a little bit difficult. And in Italy, we are seeing that authorization process, it's really, really extremely long for this kind of installation. We are talking about 8 years in average. So now we're starting with one first plants in the south of Italy, but I mean the process is still quite long. We hope that now with the crisis, with the importance of the security of supply, we can have more attention of this issue and more faster solution. But I mean, I think this kind of platform and collaboration and discussion with international partners, with other regions, can really help us to be more effective and push faster, because we need to accelerate a lot our decarbonization process.
you, Stefano. I think we also have a comment or a question from Patricia. If someone else also from the partnership would like to express their yeah. No? Okay, so then maybe. Yep. No, there is no questions online now.
Okay. No, I was thinking, apart from the Vanguard initiative, that of course it is the first and initial network of regions and actors working beyond the regional and national borders on smart specialization. I was wondering if you have in mind EU networks on different sectors that you could tap into in order to support the process of networking and engaging the stakeholders of smart specialization quadruple helix, like private sector, clusters, research and innovation centers, and so forth. I'm thinking, for example, the European Enterprise Network, CPMR, just to make some examples. And again, to be concrete, on aquaculture, for example, we are working with the European Technological and Innovation Aquaculture Platform. So this is the kind of network I had in mind. So do you think beyond Vanguard, it remains a key network on marine and renewable energies? There are, or if you are already working with these networks, or if you are aware there are networks where we could further work with in order to support this process of networking and identifying interregional partnership and, most importantly, value chains at European level.
Yeah, I said that. I think Aitor mentioned that earlier on. It's not just the Vanguard initiative. Within Scotland, we have an organisation called Scotland Europa that's based in Brussels. So there's an office in Brussels, and we are members of ERIN, and we are members of the Enterprise Europe Network. And we've also got, in fact, we're members of the Ocean Europe, the trade association for MRE. I'm not an expert on that side of it, but I have colleagues who are based in Brussels. So my job is back in Scotland, working with companies and delivering low carbon transition. Aitor's based in Brussels, but what we find really effective is having both. So my colleague who's based in Brussels sits on ADMA with me. And obviously with Aitor and his colleagues as well. And we find that extremely effective because you're getting the expertise from the local area, but you're also getting that connectivity within Brussels and all the various different organisations that you can access to. So yeah, and I don't know them all, but I know a person who does.
I'm asking it is because, as I mentioned, we have launched this smart specialization thematic platform for sustainable blue economy, but we need to develop it now. It's also very important for us in order to collect which are the needs of the stakeholders, because one of the services that this platform should provide is exactly facilitate the networking with also these European networks. Mm-hmm. This should be also the objective.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Jan. If there is no other experiences, yeah, we have a question here from Fred.
Thank you. Thank you. It works well. Yes, it seems to work now. Frédéric Herpers, I'm French National Hub for Atlantic Action Plan. I was just wondering about non-EU member state engaged in this organization. So, because you were, but you are no more, I would say. To which extent this organization is open? You will tell me that it's fully open for non-EU member states, and in which way it can be relevant for them also to be in? Yeah. Because it's. Patricia mentioned that many actions could be linked to already European networks, organizations, but I think it's also interesting maybe for non-EU member states stakeholders to see what we can get from that. So maybe if you can share some experience to which extent they can get some benefit from that.
Well, we are still learning, but we are still trying to go through association status for Horizon Europe. So that is still to go through in Brussels. And we are, in the meantime, the UK government has said, because we are participating, we've got a project in the Clean Energy Transition Programme, which we did a lot of ERANETs in Scotland. So we have that process just now. So we're about to sign a contract, and we still don't have an association. But in that respect, the UK government has said that they will basically pay what we would have got from income from Europe. So we join the partnership, not as an associated country, but it means that we can still do it while hopefully we get associated status quite quickly. So we can still do Horizon Europe. But yes, there are things like I3. We used to do a lot of interreg funding. We used to, as you could see, and we no longer can access that. We can no longer access funding from DG MARE, for example. So right now we are exploring as to, because we want to maintain, particularly my own First Minister, as you will be aware, is very pro-Europe. And there are a lot of us who did not want the decision that happened, and we have to live with it now. So we have the Scottish Government has basically said, stay engaged, keep engaged with Europe. So I have a strong direction, political direction to do that. So what we now have to work out is how we do that. So for I3, for example, I don't know yet if, because we're not an associated member state, if I can even be part of the call that's out just now, even if I don't get any European funding. I've asked my colleagues in Brussels to sort that out. And once I know the answer to that, it may be not this time, but maybe next time we would want to go in, but without getting any money from Europe. And that's something I think, because of our experience as a member state, I will be able to go back internally and articulate the benefits of why we would do this without European funding. And for the sake of the ADMA project and the Vanguard initiative, for which we are still members, that might be a sufficient case to make, to sort of say, look, we've worked a long time, we've developed a relationship, we want to maintain this relationship, but we need to do this. I don't know. So it's an exploratory time. Hopefully, Horizon Europe soon, very soon, and because once association status comes in, that's okay, and at least we can do that, and we will continue to promote, and we are promoting Horizon Europe to our companies. Unfortunately, I have to say that I also manage the Scottish European Green Energy Centre, where we encourage companies to apply for European funding, and that has dropped considerably the last 2 years. And the main reason is, I think a lot of companies in the UK think that they can't do European funding anymore. They don't understand that they can still do Horizon Europe. So we have a big challenge just now to try and encourage companies to make them aware that they can still do this. It's still a possibility. So yeah, it's going to be a challenging and interesting time, but we are still committed to working with our partners in Europe. Absolutely.
Thank you, Jan. And thank you for all your experience, for being so active and keep engaging. And we hope you still can keep in this kind of partnerships and projects. And we look forward tasting that green, blue cascade or whiskey in the future coming up from clean energy. I think that would have a different flavor, I'm sure. Thank you very much. So we can follow up with the brokerage event, and now we start with the brainstorming session. So I would like to invite my colleague Stefano to join me here on the stage, and we will explain how this brainstorming session will work. Okay, so for those of you here in the room and those of you also attending online, the brainstorming session that starts now, you should have received when you register also information about a survey that we launched. In that survey, we wanted to first have your views on potential topics within the marine renewable energy, but also within the smart specialization, about potential topics that you will like or you would be interested in creating a partnership, or that you would be interested that they could be part of a partnership for this I3 call or future calls. So we got various responses. You can see here some of the organizations that you have submitted their response. Thank you for that. If you haven't done so, you will have time this second part of the brainstorming session to just raise your hand and unmute yourself and provide us with your answers. So the way with this response of the survey, we had potential topics. You can see here that some of those topics really are following up on this previous experience on the S3 partnership that Aitor presented us, but some are new topics that you as stakeholders for marine renewable energies have found as interesting for potential partnerships in the future. So we do have manufacturing, way of handling flood components, power transfer, corrosion in water, sensing, remote monitoring and instrumentation, operation and maintenance optimization, testing and demonstration in real environments, the digital twins options, environmental issues as a cross-cutting issue, and also skilling, upskilling that we have all mentioned, the link with marine renewables and ports, and some others that you have mentioned. So we run a selection frequency of the different responses, and you can see that most of you have selected as the testing and demonstration in real environments as being one of the important topics to be addressed by a potential partnership. Also the linkage between marine renewable energies and ports, so the linkage with the land, not just the work and the work you do on the offshore, but also linkage to land. The environmental issues as a cross-cutting issue was something also that was mentioned, and sensing, remote monitoring and instrumentation. Then we do have others just following up very closely, like operation and maintenance optimization, skilling and upskilling, corrosion in water, following up previous works that the S3 partnership has been doing, but also some new ones such as information sharing, public acceptance and engagement, or the manufacturing of handling of large components that some of these marine renewable energies require. So the way we have will be working is we will show you a mind map with these different topics that you've seen now, and we will give you the possibility of taking 10 minutes, so a pitch elevator for explaining who you are, what your organization is, and if you can prioritize on some of these subtopics, if you can tell us the top 3 or the top 4 or the top 5 of these potential topics, we will place your organization under these topics. Also, we would like to hear from you what type of involvement do you envision? I mean, if you would be interested in coordinating, we saw how important it is to have a leader. So if you want to be one of these champions, national champions, European champions in a topic, just please name yourselves, and this is the moment for loving from yourselves and building trust among the people here in the room, but also hearing us online. If you just want to be partners but have a very intensive role in something, just also make sure to take this 10 minutes also to express that. And also show what would be the added value of having you. I mean, if you have previous experience that we've seen, I'm already part of a partnership. We do have previous experience in European projects. We are linking the Atlantic with the Mediterranean through different initiatives. So this kind of added value of you and your organization for having you in this partnership. So this is just the start of the conversation for building this partnership. It will not be the end. It doesn't mean that if you forget something or if you would like to express your interest in any other topics, you would have the opportunity for doing so. The idea is that we will put this mind map in the webpage of the Atlantic Strategy, and as we receive any further comments from you alongside until the deadline of the I3, we will be updating it for that. So for those being here, you will have the priority to give it, taking the microphone in the second part, but also those online, please raise your hand and we will give you the floor and open your microphones so as to have it. And I will leave Stefano maybe to comment a bit more on the rationale between these potential topics, because they are the experts and they can really explain what could be integrated in each of these topics. Thank you.
Okay. Honestly, I'm not going to add more than because we discussed all those topics yesterday and also this morning. I mean, I think we are pretty much in line on what we said yesterday and this morning. So digital issue is present, testing facilities, no? What we really need to advance the deployment of those solutions is really test in real environment and demonstrate that they are working efficiently and also showing to the rest of the people. So we are talking about awareness. So practical example, demonstration are part of the awareness process. So you show, you demonstrate, and you convince easily the participants, the people, the fishermen, for instance. So I think I don't see something missing in this list, considering what we discussed yesterday and this morning. Skilling also, digital twins also, it's really an important aspect. So of course those are general, including the more advanced application with TRL more close to the commercialization phase, but also the less advanced. So we are talking about everything. What I wanted to say to you and Marta is that she said 10 minutes, but of course at maximum. Yesterday when he said we'll have 10 minutes, I said, wow, 10 minutes.
At maximum. We will have Stefano here with the timer. Yes, we do have a comment here in the floor.
Francesco, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Francesco Grimaccia, Department of Energy, Politecnico di Milano. I'm supporting both cluster Lamberdi and Stefano. I think this is a perfect time closing your final remarks. I will not use 10 minutes, but just 1 or 2 to sum up a bit what I have in mind, just to stimulate the discussion. Some keywords. Yeah,
you were going to break the ice.
Just to share with you my thoughts, and then maybe we can interact later on and so on. The first message from my side is not only wind. That means that we can also think about solar, I mean floating or naval PV, but also hydrogen, power to gas, and so on. So again, in my mind, not only very big, large plants, of course, that they will provide us a lot of energy. Wind energy is the king, of course, but we can also speak about the distributed generation. And when you have data, so smart grids and smart shipping. And then again, I see that ports, so not only open water, but we have also industrial area, ports close to the land that are for example, chemical plants where you can think also to combine hybrid solution, not only wind. And when I think also to blue economy, you have to also think, in my view, to, for example, tourism activities and others. So how, let's say, marine energy community that, for example, live on cruise ships can impact on the environment, and how can you imagine to solve these problems? And the final remarks is enabling technologies. Of course, you have floating structure, no corrosion, floating and mooring system, but as Stefano said, also not only enabling technology, but enabling administration and policies. Because when you want to install something on the sea, you face not only technological hindrances and obstacles. So this, I know this is very open, but it's, I think, good to start the discussion among the partners. Thank you very much.
Totally, thank you. Thank you for also mentioning the different technologies. I mean, we are talking about wind, but not just wind. So just please, when you mention your interest, just also mention the technologies and the expertise. We have some people already requesting the floor, but we will be giving it at the second part. So right after the coffee break, you still have some time to organize yourselves. But we have some questions about who will be taking part in the brainstorm. In order to answer that, I mean, those people that are here present or those of you who are online have the opportunity to all participate in the brainstorm. We don't have a close list. So just as I said, raise your virtual hand and you will be promoted as a panelist so as to be able to unmute yourselves. And those being here, just raise your presential hand, which is nicer, and we will just bring the microphone to you. So just taking the advance that if Stefano wants to mention that, otherwise we can move to the coffee break and have a bit longer coffee break, that it's good for networking now that we can see our faces together. And we shall be back at, when was this? 11:40. Okay. Yep. Patricia, yes?
May I just mention something because it was touched and it is very important. Indeed, this new approach on sustainable blue economy, one of the key aspects, it is the multi-level and multi-sectoral governance, no? This was touched. And indeed, this is one of the key aspects that is addressed by the communication, and this is one of the tasks of the of marine spatial planning, no, which is a key policy and approach of this communication. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will leave this slide for you, and we are back at 11:40 after the coffee break. Thank you. Okay, so wait. It's the microphone here. Okay, so we are back, and now it's time for you to take the floor. As we have explained, this is the mind map where we are going to place you and your organizations the moment you take the floor. And you can also see the timer here. For those of you attending online, just raise your hand or raise your interest through the chat, and you will be promoted as panelist and unmute your microphone. So we can try with someone online. I know there's 2 persons. Yes, there should be 2 persons. So if we can have the first one, please, those of you being online, just also, and those here, state your name, your organization clearly so that we can place you in the mind map. So let's see. Stella, can you please give the floor to the first one?
Yeah, I have already promoted Peter to a panelist. I think he can unmute himself and also start the video if he would like.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you clearly, Peter.
All right. Let me just start with this. See if I can share this.
No, we are not sharing a screen because we are showing the mind map. So just if you can just take the floor and explain it speaking. Thank you.
Yes. So my name is Peter Schijven from the Netherlands, from Blue Spring. And we are working on an ecosystem in the Netherlands to support the deployment and testing of marine energy technologies, but not just marine, also focus on multi-use, so other forms than only energy. And so we have the offshore test site, which is 12 kilometers off the coast of The Hague. And at the moment it's being utilized for seaweed farming and floating offshore solar. And it will be added by wave energy and energy storage and possibly other forms of uses. So since I saw the Netherlands missing on the list for the current smart specialization pilot project, I see Flanders is included. I would like to see if the Netherlands can join that list as participants. And I would love to look at a cooperation with a similar type of ecosystem or cluster in one or more other countries. And the second part, which is, well, the ecosystem is supported by, of course, the municipality of The Hague and the province. And the initiator is called Campus at Sea. And Campus at Sea, the name says it already, is really looking at like a cluster of supply chain, but also the knowledge institutes. We have TU Delft close by and Deltares as a renowned institute. And one of the things that we've already started doing is to provide online learning around ocean energy. So we've developed 8 courses that can be accessed anywhere in any language. And we would like to roll that out as part of upskilling to support the emerging sector.
Thank you, Peter. So we've put you on the skilling, upskilling. Can you just confirm any of the other topics that you mentioned, like that you can see here being shared on the screen?
Yeah, so basically all of them, but especially testing and demonstration in real environment at the offshore test site.
Yep.
And certainly digital twins is a topic that is that we hear more and more often, because we already have a large installation by Tocardo, 1.5 megawatts of tidal energy in a existing dam, and they want to build a digital twin, or they're already doing that, building a digital twin for its operations.
Mm-hmm. And I understand you do have the expertise. Would you be willing to coordinate potential partnerships within these topics, or being part of a partnership, as you've said?
Yeah. So yeah, Blue Spring is an initiator of new partnerships. and we're in the lead to develop a partnership around the campus at sea.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Peter. You still have 5 minutes if you would like to add anything else. Otherwise, we'll give the floor to the next one.
Yeah, I think it's better to give everyone a chance. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I know, Stella, there's someone else asking the floor online. No?
Until now, we do not have any other participant willing to speak.
Okay, so we are going to start here, given the place to those here present. So we do have one here on the floor. Yes. We may not need even the timer. Thank you.
Hi. Well, I don't remember the three bullets you wanted to go around, but I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Marcos Suarez, and I work for the Basque Energy Cluster. First of all, about our experience and background, we are members of ADMA. Hi, Stefano. I mean, we've been active for many years. We've been participating in some of the initiatives and projects that have been mentioned here, sensor and remote monitoring, NESI. We've also part of the S3P platform in marine renewable energies. So we're kind of working in all these areas. Happy to be involved in more initiatives. I have also to mention that we are coordinators of a cluster alliance in offshore renewable energy called ELBE, which is supported by DG GROW, European Commission. So that's another of the networks in which we work. Regarding the cluster itself, the companies we represent, which I think is the relevant side, we have around 200 companies in the cluster, over 100 working in wind energy. The Basque Country is a region with a long tradition of companies, of manufacturers, service providers working in wind energy. And now we have a lot of focus also in floating wind. I mean, onshore, we started with onshore. So many companies work in offshore wind also. And now there is like a special knowledge in the area of floating wind, which is yet to get to the commercial states. And we are also, regarding the blue economy, we are also a region that has a lot of work in the wave energy sector. Okay, so we have, of course, by MEP, John mentioned it before, we have wave energy competitive developers, we have companies that worked in wave energy demonstration projects all over the world. So those are the credentials. I think that was one of the questions. And regarding our interest in participation, I have mostly two comments to say. First of all, I would think that it would be interesting to not only focus on the topics by themselves, but also to think about how a platform can contribute to these topics. Maybe these topics could be better addressed some other way. I'm not thinking of anything particular, but it's good to think also why an alliance of regions can contribute to overcoming some of the challenges that we have here. I have a personal opinion that, funnily, doesn't involve my participation, but I think that I've been talking with different people these days in the issues of public acceptance, in the issues of environmental, in the issues of the relationship with the fisheries. That's something that probably could be interesting for an alliance, in the sense that this common knowledge probably will contribute for the regions that are going to have wind farms, which is not mainly going to be the case of the Basque Energy Cluster, of the Basque Country, sorry. I think that could be an interesting topic for the future of the sector. In that one, I don't see my participation as a cluster because we're mostly an industrial cluster. But in the rest, we are really working and have companies working, I would say, in all of them. So I can say power transfer, corrosion, O&M, digital twins, testing and demonstration, and then going to the left, structural reliability, ports, and skilling and upskilling. So those 8, 9 I've mentioned, we'll be happy to consider our participation in the new platform. As partners, as I say, we already coordinate the LB Alliance, and we are not that large, so we participate in too many things, and we don't see the future in leading a new one. So, well, not the future, the capabilities or the time, but yeah, that's all. So 4 minutes, 30 seconds, that's good.
Thank you. Thank you, Marcos. Okay, so we do have also here, next one.
Thanks. Hey, hello everyone. Good morning. It's Enrique Villarin from Core Power Ocean, and we're a wave energy developer located in Stockholm, and we have an operational base in Portugal where we are conducting our first demonstration, and we're going very soon to deploy our first full-scale prototype in the Gozadora site, and that will lead to an array then in 24, 25 of 4 devices and 1 collection hub. And the reason I'm here today is because we want to express our participation in potential projects that help us upscaling from pre-commercial pilots of 5, 10, 15 megawatts to then scale to commercial farms. And I wanted to touch first the topic of marine renewable energy is not only wind. So there's a clear need for ocean energy based on tidal and wave energy, right? And we have these 2 great renewables nowadays, which are wind and solar, but they're intermittent. And the problem with that is that we have price peaks in our electricity prices. And how we're solving that, how we're solving those gaps? Well, apparently with batteries, but batteries, how much do they cost? How much do they cost to maintain? And basically, batteries is a solution to the inefficiencies of our current renewables. So what do we need? Something better and more efficient to balance the grid, and that's ocean energy, which not only produces, it has an output, but at the same time creates a whole industry and a whole supply chain around it, which is good for regions. And only those regions that are getting that soon enough and are implementing that soon enough will be able to benefit from it. And that means economic growth, and that means a lot of jobs. And the way we operate is we start doing a pilot of 5, 10 megawatts in which we basically establish the supply chain there where we are, we demonstrate it, and then obviously comes industrialization, and that drives growth, jobs, and export capabilities of those regions. And I wanted to mention that jointly with LTU in Finland, under the Project Use course, we've been doing some studies and preliminary results of sites in Spain for our technology are really good. So we've seen a lot of good sites in the Basque Country with a good capacity factor, but especially in Asturias and Galicia. And we would be interested if there was like an interregional project among those communities, or if at some point the appetite for wave energy appears a clear priority in the agendas of those regions. We would be very interested to have talks and explore more pilot opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be it for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, we do have 2 people also online. So let's give the floor to Johannes. Johannes Berger. Hello?
Hello? Yes, hello.
Yes,
Sorry,
can...
okay. My sound just dropped. I think you called me, right?
Johannes?
Yes, hello?
Yes,
Hello?
yes, we called you. We gave you the floor.
Okay, thank you. Great. I think I can start the video here. Yeah.
We are not sharing the screen.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway. Yeah, so I, Johannes Berg from Technalia. We are a nonprofit research organization, the largest private research organization in Spain with 1,400 people. mostly researchers, of which 20 of us are working full-time on marine renewables, and maybe a couple hundred working directly on energy sustainability through smart grids, storage, onshore wind, solar, and many aspects of energy sustainability. In the marine, we have worked extensively in wave energy, in some of the prototypes that have been floated offshore in the Cantabrican Sea here at BMEP. And offshore wind, we have worked both in bottom fixed and floating, and we are working also on offshore solar now. So yeah, we know of all these topics and many others also. So we have this integrated approach to sustainability solutions, which can be customized to the characteristics of the site. And we have led several Horizon projects and taken part in many on these topics. So as far as our interests, as our size and many projects suggest, we are interested in many of the projects. I would say pretty much all of those that appear here. But I'd like to say I responded to the survey, but maybe I haven't put our main interest here, or one of our main, which is lowering the costs of floating platform for floating offshore wind, or more generally, solutions for deep water offshore wind, which may not be always floating as the best solution. So I don't see it here in the list of topics, but if it's possible, I would suggest to include it because it's absolutely critical to sustain the research effort here on, yes, oh, thank you, yes, on floaters, because currently they are too expensive for
Jonas, sorry,
Hello?
repeat,
yes,
please, the most interesting topic for you, because we didn't catch really.
It's the one being written right now, lowering the costs of floating platforms and deep water foundations, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah. So is my sound okay, or am I speaking fast or too low, or hello?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Okay, great. Yeah, so just yeah, insisting that this is absolutely critical if we want to see gigawatt scale deployments of offshore renewables in the Atlantic arc, because as we know, our water here is much deeper than in the North Sea or the Baltic. So that's main interest for us, in addition to all the areas there. And another, I think it's been said by many, I think I would put it within environmental issues. It would be relatively new for us, but we are aware that to have deployment at scale, at the gigawatt scale, well, like Blue Spring just mentioned, we need to find cost-effective, meaning profitable synergies with ecosystem management and biodiversity and coastal zone management. So and so far these worlds have been split apart, the engineering of platforms and the management of biodiversity. But I think, yeah, perhaps the European Union has instruments that would manage to bring together these two worlds, so we can really find yeah, solutions that have at least a clear pathway to become profitable, because it's important that the costs be realistic. Yeah, and yeah, so that would be our, yeah, that would be what I would suggest for our interest.
Last question, are you going to be available to lead a project or being a partner?
We have led project with Horizon and other European funding, so we could. We tend to prefer being involved as partners because it's less work. We can lead, yes.
Not always, eh? If you have a nice coordinator, then it's less work, but yes.
Right.
We encourage coordinating. Thank you, Johannes. You still have some time if you would like to raise any other concerns or any other topics that we may have missed, or any comments that you may have from what you've heard this morning. Otherwise, we will move to the next one.
If you allow me just a minute, regarding the intermittency and storage and hydrogen, because it's a key issue, let's not forget that in the Atlantic Arc, we're a mostly mountainous country, so we have anywhere from 10 to 20% of our electricity comes from hydro. Okay, and this is the best form of energy storage that exists. So when we talk about hydrogen and all this, it is a solution. It is the only seasonal storage solution, arguably, for Northern Europe. But in our case, we have plenty of mountains, plenty of hydropower, and policy may be a cost-effective option to manage the intermittency of renewable. I mean, pricing policy and payment for capacity involving hydropower.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we do have Indalecio also asking the floor. Indalecio, we can unmute your microphone. Hello? Indalecio online? No?
Hello,
Okay.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, yes.
Okay, hello, good morning. Well, Indalecio,
Indalecio, the sound is not very good.
I'm a technical coordinator of the Fundación. Try to, maybe can you hear me?
Yes, there is a little bit of a cutting issue, or maybe on your connection. If it cuts, maybe we just mute yourself and we try some other place. Can you try again?
Okay. Okay, I will try again. Can you hear me now?
Yes, there is a little bit of cutting, but we can hear you, yes.
Okay, sorry for these problems with the connection. I would like to attend to Santander, but today for me it has been impossible. So, well, my name is Indalecio. I'm a technical coordinator of the Fundación Asturiana de la Energía, that is the regional energy agency of Asturias, and I'm administrator of the regional energy cluster INER. So I'm representing the marine renewable energy ecosystem of Asturias. For this reason, I'm going to express my interest to take part in potential projects with two hats. By one hand, with the approach of the region, and by the other hand, with the approach of our university and mainly our industry sector. I would like to say that in the case of Asturias, we are in a early stage of development of our energy, offshore wind energy sector. We would like to take advantage of our renewable energy resources, and for the reason, we are very interested to take part in potential projects that could be focused on public acceptance and enablement of local communities and fish sector. Also, we are very interested on skilling and upskilling, because we are a regional energy we are a region that we are in energy transition, and now we have a very big challenge in this transition, and for the reason for us to find some solution for the people who is now with problems with their jobs, and for us, we have identified the marine renewable energies as a very interesting sector because their potential for creating new jobs. So for this reason, skilling and upskilling is interesting for us. I must say that all I'm talking is about floating offshore wind. This is our main interest. In the case of the industry, we would like to involve our regional industrial supply chain in the marine renewable energies projects. I must say that now there are some companies that they are now working on these projects, and one of them are very important companies. And what they are more interested in is on the manufacturing and handling of big components, because they are companies with a lot of reference on that, and there are other companies that they are also interested to enter on this market. In the case of by other hand, we are also interested in the environmental issues, very linked with the early developments of our offshore wind farms. We know that the environmental effects of the offshore wind farms are very well defined because we have a lot of experience in other parts of Europe, but we would like to know how are these effects in the Cantabrian Sea ecosystem. And finally, we are also very interested in the involvement of the ports for developing the marine renewable energy sector, and in testing and demonstration in real environments. At this point, what we would like to know is not we have no data site here in Asturias, and it's not our main interest, but we would like to share the knowledge that they have to know how we can implement the floating offshore wind platforms here in Asturias, in our region. And more or less, these are our main interests. In our case, we have experience in the participation of other in European projects. We were partners in NESI project, for example, but we have no experience in leading European projects, so we prefer to take part in this project as partners. And that's all.
Okay,
thank you.
Sorry
for the problems with the connection.
No, it was fine at the end. Perfect. We listened to you perfectly. Okay, thank you. We can move to a lady from the audience.
Okay, good morning. My name is Katia Ferrari. I'm the cluster manager of Green Tech Cluster, the Energy and Sustainable Development Cluster of the Emilia-Romagna region in Italy. We have been involved in these events by Stefano, by our region, because we are an association with almost 100 of members. 60% are companies between small, medium enterprises and big enterprises. Our value chain are very wide, so energy and environment. So we are working through working groups to engage better our members, because our main objective is to improve and reinforce their collaboration together with the industrial research centers from university, public research centers, but also private research centers, and also training institutions. So, and we have a strong link with the regional authorities through Arthur, that is a company that reinforce also the action of the region in innovation and research. So we are intermediaries. We try to search opportunities for our members also in international environment like here. We are part of the European Cluster Collaboration Platform, so we are engaged in 2 projects now with other European clusters, industrial clusters, and one of the projects is about hydrogen. So we created a new group this year related to marine renewable energies, but for us the link with hydrogen is very strong, because we have a lot of capabilities in our region covering almost all the value chain of hydrogen. So regarding the offshore renewable energies, we are trying to map in this year, together with Stefano and the region, what we have and what is lacking. So we are available to complete a possible partnership, being partner as a cluster. We can support in doing information, stakeholder engagement, and also the link with civil societies. This is very important, and all the stakeholders. We have some members with capabilities in skilling and reskilling. And I believe that we have also some members that would be available to lead some project. Not us, because we are very young association, little, so we are partnered in some projects. We can be partner for some activities, but for us the important thing is to make our members being a partner and have new opportunity for collaboration. So we will following the ADMA pilot partnership in the future with Stefano and the region, and the Lombardy region also, trying to be part of this ecosystem actively. So, but the hydrogen is very important for us, like as energy vector, also for the storage, because we need to improve the renewable energies, not also marine. And for the long-term storage, we believe that hydrogen in the future will be crucial, and also the relation with the port, because we have a lot of activity from our members in Ravenna port, and some of them are already collaborating with a possible project to produce renewable in offshore environment, but distributing and storing also onshore. The hydrogen. The issue now, in our opinion, in our region, is the users, to map the users, the possible users, in order to understand how to produce hydrogen, where and how to distribute the hydrogen. So for whom is able to produce, the question is, who are the users in the future? It's like the problem of the eggs and the chicken. So this is the problem for us. So creating the demand in order to project the distribution, the production of hydrogen. So we are still in this tricky question now, I think. I don't know if Stefano is confirming that.
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you.
Thank you, Katja. Now we got...
we have 2 more people online wanting to speak.
Yes, so we can give the floor to Inegi Diogo Neves.
Yes, of course.
Please.
Diogo Neves from Inegi, you have the floor.
Hi, are you hearing me?
Yes.
Okay, so from INEHI, we do work a lot on corrosion systems, new types of metals, and also the substitution of metal materials into composites, certain parts of offshore wind turbines. So we are in some projects, in some European projects related to that. So new materials that can tackle corrosion problems. We also have a unit just for monitoring systems for offshore structures. We do some developments on predictive maintenance of structural reliability of offshore structures. So in structural reliability team that you have there, INEGI is very much interested in participating. And
available to lead?
Well, we have led several European projects in the past. Of course, we want to participate as a partner, but well, we don't have problems in leading also. Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, so the main thing is that, and that crosses with several other areas like testing, etc. But our main capabilities that I want to show here is more the tackling of corrosion problems with the new materials, both metals and composites, and also the structural reliability monitoring of offshore structures. Yeah, and that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We come back in the audience here.
Hello, my name is Javier Zurbitu. I come from Ikerlan. It's a research technology organization in the Basque Country. So our interest, I'm here on behalf of the applied mechanics area, and our interests are the design and structural reliability. For example, we develop models, methodologies, and tools, and specific software to predict the structural integrity and reliability of components in service. So we would like to participate in all the structural reliability part. We work also within the experimental characterization of materials and components. For example, we develop or we work in new test procedures to characterize material properties. We also work using advanced monitoring equipment. So we like also to participate within the digital twins options. And these are the main technological contents we work. So we are now coordinating an H2020 project, interesting project. In this, the idea is to develop new test methods or disruptive methodologies to demonstrate the reliability of larger wind turbine critical components like bearings or gearboxes, for example, but maybe others. Without the need of larger test benches. We are working on the order of 10-20 megawatts to overcoming these size-dependent issues during the design process and testing. So within these methodologies can be extrapolated directly to the offshore technology, but not only about this, but also to
Points I didn't get, sorry.
Within these methodologies can be extrapolated to the offshore wind sector, but not only to this, but also to the tidal or wave energy. So we would like to participate in any kind of initiative in this issue, and we have experience in coordinating, but also in participating as partners.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Javier.
Got another one?
Yes, we have another one here, and then we will go online again. Please just state in the chat if you would like to take the floor.
Hi, good morning again. My name is Roger Espejo. I'm with Wedge Global, and as I mentioned earlier, we're a wave energy technology developer. Our area of interest, and I imagine the area that we can bring value to the most, is power transfer and conversion. The backstory to this is that we've been around for the better part of the past 10 years. We developed our first wave energy converter circa 2010. Well, that's when it started. We launched it in 2014. We operated and maintained the device, the plant, the system for 7 years. We retired it last year for our life cycle analysis. In that time, we started to design and optimize a new power takeoff, which we manufactured last year through a Horizon 2020 project called Sea Titan. And that was an optimized version, a 2.0, if you will, of the first power takeoff. For those of us here that don't know, and I imagine most of us here do know, the power takeoff is the black box, one of the key components in wave energy converters. It's really where all the magic happens, or the witchcraft, depends how you look at it. But it's one of the more interesting components because the power takeoff in wave energy converters is essentially what captures and converts energy. So this is a part of wave energy R&D that we understand the most and that we are also willing to learn on, among other areas. So yeah, that's our area of interest. And also we can lead. We have experience in leading EU projects as well, EU-funded projects and national projects as well. So we're open to that, of course. And finally, to wrap up, we also have interest in, I think you have environmental space.
Environmental space.
Yeah, I don't see it. I'm sure it's there. We also have a key area. Yeah, there we go. Environmental issues. Right. Yeah, we have a keen interest in this area because the environment. And yeah, I'll keep it short. That's it for me.
Thank you, Roger. Okay. We are reading the chat. Some of you are just pointing out a few things for us. We will note them down and place them in the mind map. I'm sorry if I'm not catching all of your. I'm not an expert in takeoffs and this kind of stuff. So just if there is something that it's not right, just let me know and I will change it. So, do we have anyone more on the room?
Yes.
Yes.
Good morning, Paco Royano, IH Cantabria. We are the host of this event here in Santander. And I think you all know about our facilities, our laboratory to test any device, but we are specialized in floating wind and I would say deep waters technologies. And well, actually we have a lot of interest. We answered 3 different surveys for this event. But if we had to choose as a leader role, we prefer in terms of environmental issues. I think that in floating wind, there is a lot of work to do in this aspect. I think that experience is in bottom fixed solutions and the challenge is to face with these environmental issues for floating winds and deep waters, I think. And we could represent as a leader in European programs and so on, or national level. Also, the testing and demonstration in real environments, we have proven experience in this aspect. We have I think a long collaboration with BIMEP, the tech center in Vizcaya, in Armincha. And so we could also lead with them some kind of a project related to these different issues that to test, well, not only offshore wind platforms, also the rest of technological solutions that are related to this specific field. And finally, as a leader role, as operation and maintenance activity, we have also some agreement with private companies to develop a specific software for this matter, and it's something that would be a key factor to reduce the cost of the floating wind technology in a near future. Mm-hmm. And as a partner role, well, first, we are not only a research institution, we also have training, and we belong to the University of Cantabria. So everything related to skilling and upskilling, it would be a matter of our interest. And ports, we have a group dedicated to this specific field, and about its adaptation to the marine energies in general. And also it would be a key driver for the evolution and development of the offshore wind. And metocean assessment, that because of our database with more than 35 years of information, of data in all over the world in terms of waves or wind. So it would be another field of our interest as a partner role. And that's all.
Thank you, Francisco. I would like to ask you, just taking the advantage, because one topic that we didn't include, but it could be interesting, is the creation of clusters. And I know you are working on that. If you can maybe add that, or you would be interested in having a partnership of different clusters or that, we can include that. Yeah.
The cost of fabrication using commercial materials and implement our marine knowledge to the renewables fabrication. The idea is to help the developers trying to reduce the risk of the sea, applying economic solutions based in our experience with the sea. Our idea is to reply the economics of scale in the renewable sector in the small sizes and prototypes. We're talking about the scales of 1.3 or 1.6 in real conditions in the sea. Also, the Sea of Innovation Cantabria cluster is focused, among other things, of course, in this kind of prototypes. And recently, Sea of Innovation has an agreement association with the Galician Cluster of Energy, ASIME, and Asturian Cluster of Energy, AINER. These three clusters are interested in common projects, like a project focusing generate green hydrogen in the sea. The final product is ammonia. Ammonia is an energetic vector for vessels. The project that will be 3 phases. The first one will be here in Cantabria coast. Thank you very much.
Sorry for interrupting you, Jan. We have 2 more people online wanting to speak.
Yes, please. So we have Frederico from the Portuguese cluster. Frederico, you have the floor. Hello, Frederico.
Just give me a second.
Frederico Ferreira cannot unmute himself.
Okay, now, okay.
Okay.
I was not a finalist yet, sorry. Okay, so now I think you can see me. Okay, so my name is Frederico Ferreira. I'm from Fonciano. Fonciano is the Portuguese blue economy cluster. So we have a cross-sectoral scope. So we are not only on renewables. And I was very pleased when I saw this last thematic of the clusters coming in, because we are important, as someone said before, in engaging stakeholders. But regarding the top three priorities, I think regarding lowering costs and so on, I think the main one is the testing on real site, on real conditions and on the test sites. And this is one of the things we are also involved here in Portugal. I'm glad to see that some of our members spoke before me. So INEGI is a member of Fonoceano, and Core Power Ocean is also a member of Fonoceano. And we also have other key players on the marine renewables like Principal Power, Ocean Wind, EDP, and WaveX. So we have some ecosystem here in Portugal regarding renewables. So we are it's a thematic that we follow very closely and are very interesting. We also, I think the thematic of skills and upskilling is also important. We were involved in a blueprint project that just ended called MATES project, led by Seth MARE, and one of the outputs of this, or one of the capitalization of this project, was the Pact for Skills on offshore renewable energy. So this is a partnership with some key stakeholders, European stakeholders, and I also think it's important for the Commission, for DG MARE. I take into consideration all these initiatives, how to coordinate all of these. So this idea of the platform that was raised, and the capitalization, because so many things are going on that we sometimes we got lost in the process. And also the marine renewable and ports for us is also a key thematic. Regarding digital twins, we are leading the Portugal Blue Digital Innovation Hub, and so digital twins also in an early stage. I think it's very important for all the sectors on the blue economy, all the offshore, that we, before going to sea, to test on these kind of environments. And so I think it's also an important, and when we can add value, we will be glad to be partners. We are looking for the call of October, but more in the I3 instrument, but in the more cross-sectoral view. But for sure we are available for assess future partnership with all of you. We also are the national hubs for the WestMed initiative, and so we have also a link with Mediterranean and Atlantic, the both areas. So I think in a short, I spent 5 minutes, so I think it's already say the main things. But I think it's very important to build trust, and we know how it is. We have now. We were born in 2009, and now we have a network of clusters. We are part of network of clusters, European network of clusters, and also Blue Tech Cluster Alliance that joins clusters of North America and Europe, and trust can be built on time and with projects and cooperation among us. So I think we should always look to the things that we already built and built upon that. So thank you very much for the time, and I give the floor to someone else. Thank you.
Thank you, Federico. We got the two last, I would say. Please, first the lady. No, please.
Anna, please.
Anna.
I'm from WAVEC, which is a non-profit association devoted to marine renewable energies. We work mainly on floating offshore wind and wave energy. There are many of these areas are interesting for us, and we can bring value due to our experience with the prototypes that were tested in Portugal, in floating offshore wind, also on wave energy. I would say that environmental monitoring is a topic where we have much experience defining methodologies and also doing field work and data analysis. Also on operations and maintenance, we were involved in a project, a European funded project related with defining a tool for the implementation of operation and maintenance strategies for wave and tidal energy. So this is an area where we coordinated the part related with implementing the costs related with this operation and maintenance strategies. So cost analysis is a key component for WAVEC. And all on digital twin, we are involved in a project for developing a digital twin for the ocean, and our collaboration in this project is mainly on marine renewable energies and defining the architecture for this digital twin. So this is an area that is new for us, but where we have much interest. Finally, corrosion. We have much experience from involvement in previous European funded projects and also national projects where we analyzed data from prototypes tested in the ocean, and we have been involved in implementing a database with information on this topic, on corrosion, in the scope of a recent project SafeWave. So I think this summarizes our areas where we can bring added value. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Sorry.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Please, Alejandro.
Hello. Sorry. This is Alejandro Romero from Plocan. As you may know, Plocan is a test site. It's mainly a test site, but not only a test site. Our users are testing energy devices, but also sensors, subsea autonomous vehicles, multi-use platforms, etc. Related to the offshore wind industry, probably in the future we will have a list of alternatives in the market already validated, and we will continue. We will continue testing materials, components, optimizing those devices, testing other marine energies, testing marine activities as well, practicing in the ocean, sensors, etc. We are already working to adapt our facilities in order to accommodate all the needs of the industry, the developers, the academia as well. We are transforming our offshore platform in an energy hub. We are building a smart grid to integrate the devices installed in our test site in an efficient way. And we want to expand to cover all the needs of the developers. We have requested, as you may know, another test area in the southeast of Gran Canaria, and we are collaborating with the ports authorities of Las Palmas and Tenerife to use also the ports as a R&D hub. So according to this, we are comfortable be part in acceptance projects, in the public acceptance projects, obviously as a test site. The climatology as well as a ocean observatory. Plocan is also an ocean observatory, so we are happy to participate, and we are participating in European projects, national projects on this field. And then, well, as a test site in corrosion, we have a specific infrastructure to test materials in real sea conditions. Right now in shallow waters, but we are installing an infrastructure right now in the platform. So in a harsh environment, in offshore conditions. We are also participating maybe in the same project that Anna has commented, as in a digital twin of the ocean. So we are happy to participate in this field. Well, testing and demonstration, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that is all. Could you please small the pictures?
Yes.
Reduce the... Oh, Jesus.
Okay. Yeah, it's not midterm.
Well, environmental issues as well, I think. I think it's very connected with Meteocean data and also MARE sports. And I think that is all. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we have the last one online, Elena Sanchez, and then we will close. Elena, you can unmute
Yeah,
yours. Yes.
Good morning. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. I'm Elena Sanchez, the proposal manager of Floating Power Plant. We are a technology developer of a hybrid technology that exploits wave, wind, and optional hydrogen in a self-contained platform.
Elena, can you repeat your organization? Sorry.
Floating Power Plant.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, so nowadays we are working in a project to deploy a demonstrator in Plocan in the Canary Islands, and we will be really interested in this testing and demonstration in real environments. We also our technology basically provides reliable energy to maritime activities. As we exploit wave, we are really focused in high energetic waters, so we could provide reliable energy to maritime activities, and in the future also export directly hydrogen as a fuel. And so we believe that we also could be assessed in the lowering, sorry that you are writing now, hydrogen there. We could also be involved in lowering the cost of floating foundations, because as I have said, we shared infrastructure for 3 renewable energies: green hydrogen, wave, and offshore wind. So in this case, we sharing the infrastructure in a self-contained platform allows us to reduce the LCOE. And also regarding O&M optimization, as we exploit waves, we create a unique artificial harbor effect after the WEX, and this doubles the access hours to the platform per year. So we can deploy in high energetic waters where other offshore wind technology developers are not interested at all. And also we have a disconnectable turret mooring system that allows easy and quick installation and maintenance, and all the equipment being allocated in a deck above the platform allows us to have all the equipment in a dry climate control room on board, which also we believe that it's an advantage we have to prove and test in our demonstrator in Plocan. Technical and operation and maintenance challenges that wave energy used to have.
Okay, and are you available to coordinate or to be a partner in a possible future project?
Yeah, we could be interested in participating in projects. We have been coordinators, but I guess that if we have so many partners, maybe this could be an issue. But yeah, we could study options.
Okay, thank you, Elena.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We do have one last comment from John from EBE.
Yes. Morning. I'm John Lecube from Basque Energy Agency. I'm coordinator of the Pillar 3, the Atlantic Action Plan. We have in the Basque Country, we have two test sites, BIMEP and Mutriku Wave Power Plant. Mutriku Wave Power Plant is in operation since 2011, so we are operating for 10 years. And yeah, we think that it's a time to upgrade the power plant. So we are open both in Mutriku and in BIMEP for all the topics we are now addressing, and we are open to welcome. We would like to welcome prototypes or projects in our test sites. I would like to take the chance to highlight the words that made Eric from Core Power, that the offshore renewable is not only wind, but it's also wave. And so ocean energy sectors are in earlier stage of with less mature technologies, but there are synergies. I consider corrosions, condition monitoring, structural reliability, operation maintenance, power management and supply. So there are clear synergies. And most successful projects or efficient projects will be those that will benefit all the sectors, not only wind, maybe wind in near future, but wave in longer future. So I would like to encourage companies not to limit their scope only for wind, but to have a broader vision of the situation and to provide or propose solutions that could be beneficial for wind and ocean energies, wave and tidal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, so we can wrap up. So, okay, we have one last one. Fred, comment?
Just Frederic Herbst, French National Hub for Atlantic and also WestMed. A bit frustrating not to have any French representatives dealing about VAV activities. So I just would like, without taking any commitment, just to mention at least for clusters to include Pôle-Mer Méditerranée and Pôle-Mer Bretagne Atlantic, who are clusters engaged in Atlantic Action Plan and WestMed respectively, and also engaged in MARE, not only ISLAC Forum Oceano. So I think that there are players who can be engaged in that as partner, maybe some leaders, but I don't want to take any commitment for them, but I will relay because I really close touch with them. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wow.
So we wrap up, Stefano. Yes?
lot of contribution.
I'm not
So-
just lowering the whole thing to a 50% so you can see the whole structure here, but this is what you will find on the website, and please feel free to add yourselves and any comments that we have included here in the chat or that you may come up with. And I leave Stefano and Patricia to close the session, and thanks all of you for your participation.
Thank you, Marta. I think we can share our contacts, email. It will be possible afterwards. Okay, so you will do like.
Yes, for those of you, yeah. Okay, for those of you that have replied yes to share your contacts in the survey, we will definitely include them in the mind map. Those of you, some have said no, we will contact you again to say if it was a mistake or not. And if not, obviously, we will not be releasing those, but people will have your organization, so I'm sure they will find a way to contact you or to chase you. But for those who have replied yes, we will, with your permission, include the contacts there. Yeah.
Okay, just very few remarks because we are running a little bit late. First of all, thank you again for the invitation. This was really extremely interesting for me. Thank you for Atlantic Strategy and also from DG MARE that invite us and ask us to give a contribution as ADMA, as our experience. We got a lot of inputs today, a very lot of inputs. We have seen that what we did in our experience is somehow confirmed. Now we got a lot of opportunities, funding opportunities with these new instruments that in a way could really trigger our ideas, our projects, and our cooperation, but also the thematic strategic platform, the sustainable blue economy platform, new one that will open again a lot of opportunity and a lot of opportunity in the blue economy concept. So not only related to energy, but the integration that we have seen, it's really important with offshore activity, inland activity, in coastline. So everything is pretty much related. So we will have time to talk again. I'm sure that we will meet in the future several times, starting from next week, that we will be in Ravenna with DG MARE, with the European Maritime Days, that we will discuss again with a lot of workshop on smart specialization strategies, but not only. And yeah, we have got a lot to do. So thank you for your participation again.
Yes. Yes, thank you. So first, thank you all for your very active participation. There's certainly no lack of ideas, willingness to cooperate, and we see clearly there's already a critical mass of possible partners with experience with European projects in this area. So this is already very operational. And this is very relevant with the high ambition and challenges we have for these sectors. We are not lacking of ideas, we are lacking of time. So we certainly encourage you to operationalize these first contacts into proposals in the months to come. There are opportunities for this sector, but for many other sectors as well. So it's not only first come, first serve, but the first well prepared to come is certainly best position. We will be very happy to see development in this area. There's clearly from this morning discussion convergence of interest in a number of key areas, touching on operational and maintenance, touching on monitorings in the large sense, monitoring of capacities, monitoring of the marine environment, involvement with stakeholders. All of this is important and needs to be addressed at the same time. Never too early to start engaging with stakeholders in the Atlantic, in the Med, in the Baltic Sea as well. So we certainly encourage continuation of discussion in this area. Very interesting as well to see a strong involvement of clusters organization from energy and the maritime industry, because you can bring a large variety of expertise. And we see certainly a lot of trade-offs from the maritime industry into offshore renewables. So here, the number of clusters that show interest bring together dozens and hundreds of companies and organizations with them. And there's certainly much more organization in Europe with whom you can liaise. Today, there was a very active participation. There's a lot of other partners that could have joined and will certainly be interested to join. You mentioned case of France. There's certainly strong interest from Ireland. I hope they have 5 gigawatts to put in the water in the next 10 years. But certainly also from the Baltic area. Again, a number of countries are starting with the industrial part of marine renewable. And there's so the key question you're raising, we've discussed yesterday and this morning, are actually the same. Answers are complicated, so better to address them jointly. So thanks a lot. It was really an excellent event because of your active participation. So happy to continue this discussion. Thank you.
Voila. So if I can say some few words from my side without repeating what the colleagues have already said. Again, to confirm that DG MARE is very committed in supporting the stakeholders in this process of creating this interregional partnership and value chains in different blue economy sector, in particular in marine and renewable energies. And that we are very much pleased to see that there are a lot of ideas, there is a lot of material, because at the end we had a longer meeting, more than half an hour, because of so many ideas. So maybe we were not few, we were not a lot here or online, but with a lot of content. So for us, it's a very positive confirmation that we had well understood last year when we have had this first initial Blue Economy stakeholder event. We had well understood that there is interest, that there is partners willing to engage with us into this process. Now, when I say with us, of course, as Commission, we cannot engage directly in a partnership, of course, but we are supporting the process as we did today, and it will continue also with the Smart Specialization thematic platform. So thank you very much for being here and being so engaged. Thank you very much.
And I would like to thank the thanks to the Commission for having selected us for this EU brokerage event, for having selected Santander for having this brokerage event, and special thanks to IACE Cantabria, Francisco, all your team, the technical person behind. I never asked your name, but thank you very much. Carlos and everyone being so supportive in the organization. So thank you, and we hope to see you soon in any other Atlantic Action Plan event, national events, or any marine renewable energy activities. Thank you. Safe travel.